Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the February 3rd meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee in the state where the wind chill atop Mount Washington is expected to go below 100 degrees, below zero, sometime in the next 24 to 36 hours. As usual, we'll begin our meeting this morning by rising and joining Representative Munns as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So thank you for joining us this morning. I apologize that the calendar listed this morning's presentation as being by Public Utilities. Somehow the word commission got omitted. But the presentation this morning will actually be by the Public Utilities Commission. And they will be here for a couple of hours, but they have a hard stop at 11 o'clock. So we're looking forward to hearing what they have to say. I'm sure the committee members will have a few questions, and we'll allow those questions as we go along. But keep in mind that the commissioners must leave by no later than 11 o'clock. So with that, I'll welcome the commissioners from the Public Utilities Commission and hand the microphone over to Chairman Dan Goldner. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative O's. I'd like to just go briefly over the presentation overview. I'm here. I'm Dan Goldner, the PUC chairman, joined by Commissioners Chottopatai and Simpson to my immediate right. I'll go through an intro and overview of the Public Utilities Commission. Commissioner Chottopatai will go over rate setting and fostering competition. And then Commissioner Simpson will go over protection of consumers and interacting with regional regulators. So before we kick off, I thought we would just sort of briefly introduce ourselves and give you a little bit of our background. I'm a mechanical engineer by training. I spent my first 6 years at Texas Instruments doing mechanical design work, mostly in the thermal realm. I then went back and got an MBA, spent the next 12 years or so in finance and operations, moving all around the country, lived in California, lived in Texas, different places. Eventually went to Norway, Oslo, Norway for 3 years, where it's not as cold as Mount Washington, but it's pretty cold. Yes. Is that right? It was Dallas, Houston, and then Orange County in California. Is that right? Is that right? So always a little west and north. so that was, so did that. And then repatriated here to Manchester in 2010, where I ran our research and development operations on the West Coast for Texas Instruments for those last 10 years or so. So that I'm happily married. My wife, Lisa, and I have 3 kids. One is working down at Boston Children's, and the other 2 are still in college. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Chottopatai for an introduction.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'll go straight into my background. I am originally from India, but I came here in 1991, more like the last couple of days in 1990, really, and then did my PhD in economics. And that ultimately I did it from the University of Washington, Seattle. I went back to India, worked as in a consultancy firm there. I then moved on to at that point, probably true even now, but at that point, the biggest state electricity regulatory commission there. So I joined that as an economist, and then came back to the U.S. At NRRI for briefly at OSU, and then joined the World Bank, and then eventually made it to New Hampshire. So I've been here for 21 years now, and I was with the PUC, erstwhile PUC, and I also was at assistant consumer advocate at one point. And I've worked in I've also worked for the Minnesota AG. I worked at Liberty Utilities for a while, and I was a consultant. So I have a background in economics and energy. I also teach currently sometimes. So that's my background. And as far as my family is concerned, I'm happily married too. And my wife is a toxicologist for the state. She has a PhD in chemistry. So she works for the DHHS. My daughter is 15 years old, so she's going to high school. And I have a boy as well. It's a dog. That's and he's so that's my out of my professional life. That's what I do. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Carlton Simpson, Commissioner at the PUC. I'm a lifelong resident of New Hampshire. I grew up in Hampton, lived in a house that my great-grandfather built, a lot of family history in the town. I went to school there, went to high school at Phillips Exeter Academy, college at UNH. I got a degree in electrical engineering. I then went to graduate school at WPI, got a master's in electric and computer engineering with a focus in power systems engineering. After graduate school, I worked at Unitil, started as an engineer there, started doing regulatory work, eventually went to law school at night at Suffolk University in Boston, got a JD with a focus in energy and environmental law, became Unitil's Director of Government Affairs. In that capacity, I presented before this committee for a couple of years. I see some faces that I recognize, but a few new faces as well. So it's nice to see you all and meet the new folks that are here. Since that time, you've gotten a bigger room, which is nice, about twice the size, so that's excellent. Then I joined the commission just over a year ago. I'm also married. My wife and I have 11-month-old twins, a boy and a girl, so we're very busy with that. And just looking forward to speaking with you all today and going through the presentation with respect to the commission and answering any questions that you all might have.
Welcome to all three of you.
I'm sorry?
Human, yeah, as opposed to dogs.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you and good morning again. The first thing I'd like to go through for the hard copies, this is page 3, is the Public Utilities Commission as it's currently constituted. And this is every single person in the organization. So we're a very small and tight organization. There's the 3 commissioners that you see before you. We have an administrative assistant. We have 2 attorneys, 2 clerks, a management analyst. The receptionist for the building reports into the PUC. A couple of part-time analysts, and then 5 senior advisors who have a mixed skill set between a legal skill set and a technical skill set, mostly economics. So that's the PUC you see in front of you. And when people use the word new PUC, what they mean is that the Public Utilities Commission was split from the Department of Energy July 1st, 2021 by this legislature. Really focusing in the PUC in a couple of areas. One is conducting adjudicative proceedings across different regulatory issues, but primarily rate setting, financing, and asset transfers, and mostly electric, gas, and water utilities, though we do have a couple of other areas that we adjudicate, which I'll go over here momentarily. And we also have critical non-adjudicative functions, such as our investigative authority, rulemaking, and declaratory rulings. An example of the rulemaking would be our 2200 rules, which govern community aggregation, just as an example of what those rulemakings might be. So turning to page 5.
Don't forget to advance your slides.
Sorry,
Thank
I
you.
didn't advance the slides. There's the slide I was just going over. My apologies. And this is a slide that talks about what the old PUC looked like and the new PUC looks like. And I think this is hopefully a helpful juxtaposition of the two. In the old commission, there were 9 divisions. There were more than 70 people. There was an executive director. There was a general counsel, 9 division directors, and a staff that reported through the directors. The staff oversaw policy, administration, and it also offered positions to the commissioners in adjudications, which was something that the legislature and I think perhaps the governor were concerned about, and was one of the reasons for the split. And in this new commission, on the right side of the chart here, you'll see the 3 commissioners, the 12 full-time people. In addition, there were the 2 part-time folks that you saw on the chart. Everyone now reports directly to the chairman, and so that's for, I think communication is streamlined. Everyone can easily communicate with each other. There's not a layer of management in between all the folks working at the commission. And the DOE, who I know you heard from a couple of weeks ago, is now an independent and statutory party to all the proceedings. They provide the commission with independent information on the record that helps us render reasoned, sound, and fair decisions. So the next slide, page 6, is an illustration. Hard to see on the screen probably, but perhaps easier with the hard copies, that just shows the utilities that we regulate. So on the colorful chart on the upper left, those are the electric utilities. Dark blue is Eversource, light blue is Unitil, yellow is Liberty. And on the bottom, you can see how those split in terms of customers. So most of our electric customers in the state are Eversource customers. There's over 500,000 Eversource customers in the state, and they're over 80% of the state's electric customers. Underneath that, you have Unitil and Liberty that have 13 and 7% of the state's customers, respectively. On the color chart next to the electric chart, so immediately to the right, you can see on that chart the yellow, which is Liberty, and the dark blue, which is Unitil. Liberty has about 100,000 customers in the state, and Unitil has about 35,000 customers. So that's like a 3/4, 1/4 split. Yes, sir?
We have a question from Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, does the PUC have any authority in how these areas were allotted to the various utilities? And if so, very briefly, can you explain why they're so fragmented?
Commissioner Simpson, would you like to take that one?
So the PUC has franchise authority, and utility franchises are authorized by municipality. Historically, if we go back to the turn of the 20th century, the original utilities were primarily gas utilities in the country, and they manufactured natural gas for lighting, and then those street lights were built out through municipalities. And then similar with electric power, as electric power generation became more widely available, there were small scale generators that then built distribution systems off of those power generators to serve local areas. So there was this fragmentation of companies, and it was really at a more local level. Like, for instance, one of our utilities in the state is Unitil, and one of the predecessor companies was Concord Electric Company. So there was a utility for Concord. Similarly, in Hampton and Exeter and Hampton Electric Company, there was a generation facility that built a distribution network and served the local area. And the PUC is the entity that authorizes utilities to operate within municipalities. Today, all municipalities are franchised for electric service, but on the water, natural gas side, sewer, there are opportunities for new utilities to come about. I think another piece that's important to recognize is a lot of consolidation that's happened over the years. The fragmentation is the merger of multiple companies over the years. So Unitil is what was Concord Electric and Exeter and Hampton. They have 2 discrete systems across the state, but it's one utility today that serves both of those areas. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course.
Before you continue, Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I noticed a few areas up in the northern part of the state in white, they have no electric power. They're
Those are municipally served.
municipal.
So there are individuals, some municipal utilities that serve those areas, and they're not regulated by the commission.
Thank you.
Representative Notter has a question.
The utility company that our chairman has is not on here because they're independent. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Is that the,
The
Co-op.
co-op.
so the New Hampshire Electric Co-op is not on the table in terms of customers. The commission has a significantly more limited regulatory authority over the New Hampshire Electric Cooperative. We do not regulate the cooperative. There are programs and areas with which we have regulatory authority, but our core focus as the commission of as an economic rate regulator, we do not approve and regulate the rates that the cooperative charges to their customers. And that's why they're not reflected on this table.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I notice that several towns are served by multiple providers. I'm looking at Hanover and I see that it's got Liberty and New Hampshire Electric Co-op, for example, but many towns like that. So if the franchises are done municipally, how does that happen?
So I think that's again, a legacy of the way that the systems were built out, that the systems built out organically over time to serve customers. And within municipalities, you may see that there are multiple utilities, and that's because multiple utilities built out over time. And as new homes and properties are developed, it may be more economic for a utility that perhaps doesn't serve that community, but is closer to that property than the incumbent within the municipality. And there are agreements that sometimes come before us to enable a utility to serve a customer that's outside of their franchise, but would be more economic to serve a new customer.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. Your staff has decreased quite a bit, and I realize that that is probably it's large part due to the restructuring of the relationship between the PUC and the DOE. But can you comment on whether 12 people plus the three of you is enough to fulfill, what's still a pretty significantly large portfolio of responsibilities?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I think we're very cognizant of the fact that we're spending ratepayer money, we're spending eventually taxpayer money, and so we want to be right sized so that we're doing the job with the minimum amount of resources. And based on what we're doing today, we believe we do have sufficient resources to cover everything today. I could go over some statistics if it wouldn't be too boring in terms of the output of the commission and what we've been able to do with the current level of resources. We do have an open requisition for an additional senior advisor. So there is one open position. But the short answer to your question, hopefully, is that we believe we're right-sized for today's scope. Now, if the legislature were to add responsibilities to the PUC, then that would be something that we would need to look at depending on the scope of those activities.
A follow-up?
Yes.
Follow up?
One of the responsibilities that you say that you have is that you have investigative authority. Who does the investigations from the 12 people that you have on staff?
So that's a commission activity. So it's not a single person or persons. That's the commissioners. That's the staff, whoever's assigned to that particular investigation.
Thank you.
And just as a follow-up to his question, if you became the site evaluation committee, would you have sufficient staff, provided there was maybe some additional staffing in the legislation, to do that, take on that responsibility?
we would need additional resources to handle the SEC activity as currently constituted in the legislation that I've seen.
Okay, thank you. Representative Partial has a question.
Chair Voss, I just would like to just get clarity on this one thing that you said. Thank you for coming today, by the way.
Of course.
Utility franchises cross over municipal borders at times for the sake of, so one municipality may be served by more than one utility?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My background was in the railroads, and I noticed you don't have any reference to the railroads anymore. Has your regulatory authority lapsed in regards to the railroads?
I think the answer to that is yes. In fact, there's legislation proposed by Representative Vos that cleans up some of the statutes and particularly with respect to the railroads and moves it to the appropriate place, mostly the Department of Transportation.
Thank you.
Okay, now I guess we can move on.
I haven't even finished the slide yet, so that's exciting. It must have been a good slide. I appreciate the questions. Just to continue after to the right of the plus sign on the table are the water utilities in the upper right. So there's about a dozen water utilities that we regulate, primarily Pennachuck, which is based out of Nashua, and Aquarian is the second biggest. So I think Pennachuck has about 35,000 customers. Aquarian has about 10,000. So that's the scope of the water utilities. The sewer utilities are very small, and there's only about a half dozen of them, all of which are less than 1,000 customers. And then finally, we have some regulatory authority in the telecom space. For us, it mostly takes the form of pole transfers at this point in time. So before I move on to the next slide, I'll just pause a minute to see if there's any additional questions.
Don't see any. Move along, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just moving back up to 10,000 feet, I'll highlight our mission statement, and it's to ensure that customers of the utilities that we regulate receive safe, adequate, and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. I'll also point your attention to line 4 on the mission statement, which is to provide a thorough but efficient regulatory process that is fair, open, and innovative. And when I think about this line, I think about a trip to Frankfurt, about 10 years ago. And the line at the airport in front of the metal detectors was about half a mile long, literally half a mile long. Almost everybody missed their flight. Flights were taking off with 10 or 12 people on those flights. And when I got up to the front of the line, we all got up to the front of the line, we saw a gentleman going through everyone's bags very, very thoroughly. He was turning over every shirt, every shoe, looking inside every shoe. Each bag took about 5 or 6 minutes for him to go through, and everyone was missing their flight. So we don't want people to miss their flight at the PUC. We want to be thorough, but we also want to be efficient, so we're processing dockets in an efficient manner. So we don't want to be like the guy at the Frankfurt airport. We also want to foster competition where appropriate, provide necessary customer protection, and then, of course, perform our responsibilities ethically and professionally. So, the best way of saying that, I think, is to look at RSA 363.17a, which is the commission as arbiter. So it's our job to see that the commission balances the interests of the customer and the interests of the regulated utilities. And we need to keep, the utilities have to stay in business. They have to have shareholders. They have to be able to afford the investment. That's critical. Without invested utilities, that we wouldn't have services here in New Hampshire, and that's critical. And at the same time, we want to make sure that the interests of the customer are being taken care of, and mostly that's in the form of cost. But there are also different attributes to making sure that the customer is attended to.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I have to ask this question only because from comments I've seen on Facebook and I'm sure lack of understanding of what the PUC can do. What would you say to people that are saying that with these spiking rate hikes, which are
devastating to most of our constituents. Why can't the PUC just tell the utility, I'm sorry, that rate is too high for our consumers. We just can't let you go that high with that rate, even though you've provided us with documentation. We feel it's going to hurt our customers and our constituents, and we just can't allow that. Why can't you do that? It's for the benefit of people that say you should have.
Oh, no, thank you for that question. I think that, first of all, we have an investigative docket open right now, to the point of Representative Munns, that is, where we're looking at how we can do what we call default service, which is the rate you're talking about for electricity, or cost of gas, which is the rate for gas. And looking at ways in which we can run that process better, we can improve the process to hopefully get lower rates for consumers. Inside of our current process, inside of the current rules and statutes, what happens is that the utility comes before us. They have a process where they go to the market and they try to secure the best rate that they can inside the wholesale and retail markets, and get that lowest rate for consumers. So there is a process in place today to get the lowest possible rate, so far as we know. But an investigative docket can explore different options. For example, other states use laddering schemes where basically you're dollar cost averaging as you move on the way up and on the way down in terms of utility prices, so that smooths things out. Some other states are going directly to the day-ahead market, and so they're taking some potentially some risk out of the equation, so the risk premium, I should say, out of the equation. So different options that we're looking at and evaluating, and that docket is ongoing, and we expect to think the next hearing on that is later this month.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the follow-up. Can you please define ongoing, because our people are hurting with your rates, and if anything can be done sooner than later?
Yeah, I think there's two things going on here. One is that we have rates that have already been set for 6-month periods because consumers, and I'm talking about the electric market, consumers also are very interested in stable pricing. So those prices are set and stable. The process improvements are longer term, though we don't intend on this investigative docket lasting years. We intend on it lasting months. So we are motivated to resolve it as quickly as possible.
Representative Ploget has a question. Or Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Following up on Representative Thomas's question, I really have two questions. One is, what incentive do the utilities have to keep the default service cost low? And how often is it that the PUC does say to a utility, no, that default service cost is too high?
So, I'm sorry, can you give me your first question again? I lost track of your first and your second.
What's the incentive that the utilities have to keep the default service cost low?
I think they're in the business of servicing customers, and that those customers are unhappy with utilities when utility rates go up. They take the heat for that. And so I think utilities are, generally speaking, motivated to get the lowest possible rate to keep their phone from ringing and keep their customers from being upset. Commissioner Simpson would like to add to that.
I have some slides coming up that discuss the regulatory framework that exists within New Hampshire, and there are differences on both electric and the gas side with respect to the supply portion of what customers pay for a bill. Fundamentally, on the electric side, New Hampshire is a restructured state, meaning that our incumbent regulated utilities do not own and operate power generation resources. So they purchase energy within the New England market through the New England Power Pool and ISO New England participants. It's, I think, a similar analogy is that when you go to the gas pump, you don't have an opportunity to lower or raise that price. It's based on what the market price is, and the utilities are purchasing electricity, they're purchasing gas in the market, and they do not mark those costs up. There's no profit that's made there. So it's ultimately procured by the utility and then passed through to retail customers directly. And then with respect to the question on what motivates the utilities, why would they be motivated to not charge those rates? I would say that utilities are overall price sensitive, and they do not like to see price shocks and instability in those markets, because they recognize that their customers that they serve are going to be negatively impacted by that. It's bad business for them. It's a bad customer relationship that they build with the customers and with the utility.
And the second part of my question, please, about how often you deny a rate?
I personally I can't think of any time when a rate has been, a default service procurement rate has been denied by the commission. I've only been on the commission for just over a year, so it might have happened in the past, but it's something we could look into if you'd like us to follow up on that question. We're happy to do that.
Representative Munns has a question too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The utilities are also publicly traded companies, and they have responsibilities to their shareholders. I just want to confirm that there is no profit margin on the default service rate. It's just a pure pass-through of what they're purchasing in terms of power.
That is correct.
Administrative costs from the utility, the person, the individuals that are needed to perform those activities, to develop the RFPs, to solicit that, to perform the mechanics of that. That's included in the cost that they can recover, but there's no incentive. There's no earnings on top of that for the utilities for default service.
Follow up?
Yeah, I want to add another aspect to this. The rates that the utilities ask us to bless, we do look at whether those rates are competitive or not. Now, that itself is not a very easy process, but if there is a threshold there and we kind of conclude that the rates aren't competitive, then we can decide that default rate is not acceptable.
Representative Munns has a follow-up.
So thank you for clarifying that on the administrative costs. So I'm assuming that that's something that you're looking at routinely to make sure that those levels are appropriate?
Yes, absolutely. And I think to build off of what Commissioner Goldner had noted with respect to the ongoing investigation, what we're trying to do is evaluate the process that exists today. That's largely been in place for 20 years since restructuring around 2000, 2001, when the utilities in New Hampshire either owned their own power plants or contracted directly for power in long-term contracts. Now they issue a 6-month solicitation to procure the amount of energy that they need in order to serve their customers. And that happens every 6 months. They go out into the market, they issue an RFP to power generator companies or entities that buy power in the market and serve the utilities. The utilities do that competitively, and then they procure energy through those RFPs.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the transmission rates being so high in part of it, and with the utilities that can actually control the transmission, can the transmission costs be divested or spread amongst years to bring that cost down over a period of time?
The transmission rates are again part of the FERC responsibility. So ultimately, it's the ISO New England that um, is running the transmission grid. So those costs are, again, a bypass. So I'm not 100% sure whether, if you're asking, whether we can do something about sort of breaking up those companies, but they are under the responsibility of the, the FERC jurisdiction. It's possible that a particular transmission utility company may be also the one that owns distribution, utilities here. But I think that's a very good question, but I really need to think through whether that can be even done, asking transmission companies to be divested separately.
I would add that ISO New England has a responsibility under the Federal Power Act for transmission planning. So they develop the forecasts on what's needed for transmission infrastructure. And then the transmission utilities, they're regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, because today the transmission is in interstate commerce. It occurs over state lines, so it's outside of the regulatory authority of the states or our commission. It's regulated by the Federal Energy Commission.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification, when you're talking about the utilities, you're talking about the transmission companies?
I'm using that word generally speaking. There are distribution utilities that we regulate, and there are transmission utilities that are generally speaking regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
Follow-up?
Follow up?
Thank you. Does anybody address the issue of regulation with the generators, the ones who actually provide the power to the distribution companies or utilities?
So states retain regulation over power generation. When we talk about regulation, it primarily is siting, that when you are looking to develop a power generation resource, there's a siting process to get that facility a permit so that they can be constructed and operate safely. So that is regulated by the Site Evaluation Committee. The three of us are members of the Site Evaluation Committee, in addition to 6 other members, some of whom are state employees like the Department of Transportation Commissioner, but we also have public members. So in New Hampshire, the SEC oversees the certificates that develop or that would be provided to power generation resources. In terms of directing or identifying when there are needs of power generation, that is primarily handled by ISO New England, because they're operating the regional New England grid.
Okay, let's hold off on questions about rate setting, because Commissioner Simpson is going to talk about that later in the presentation, I believe.
Yeah, I will be, but.
Oh, okay, sorry. I knew one of you would be.
Thank you. Just wrapping up my portion of the presentation, just 2 more slides, and then I'll turn it over to Commissioner Chattopadhyay, who will then turn it over to Commissioner Simpson. Just to briefly go over the Commission Code of Ethics. So the commissioners and staff can generally speak, write, or lecture concerning the regulatory process in New Hampshire, for example, this session today. But at the same time, there are strict prohibitions on ex parte communications in cases pending before us. Neither the commissioners nor the staff of the commission can publicly comment about a matter pending before the commission. So that sometimes comes into play when we're talking to folks. Okay, so my final slide is just relative to communication. Our webpage is, I think it's excellent reviews. However, we're also moving over to sort of the state format. So the format you'll see out there today for another couple of months is the existing format that's been in place for many years. I think folks generally like it. It's pretty easy to find things and locate what you need to out there. And again, in a couple of months, we'll be on the new website. Our encouragement would be to go out there and poke around and look at the dockets. And there's a lot of useful information out there. And it's really part of our work to provide a transparent process for the Public Utilities Commission. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Chattopadhyay for his section. I can just flip the slide.
Thank you. So I think it's slide 13, maybe 12. Um, so I will keep this pretty high level. As you would imagine, rate setting is a fairly complicated process. So the first thing I will note is that the biggest chunk of rate making happens with respect to distribution rates. So when a distribution company files a rate case, it requests rates, particular rates, and there is this adjudicative process which ends up being, which ends up resulting in the commission ultimately recommending or approving rates. So that's the process. So this slide just tries to get into at a high level what it is that distribution rates really try to capture. Essentially, there's the concept of revenue requirement that a company needs, and I'm talking about a distribution company. That is the operating and maintenance expenses. It's depreciation and amortization, all of that. They also have to pay taxes. And an important piece is really what return they will get on the rate base, meaning and I'm going to use a very, without being precise about it, the plans and capital that they put into place that helps them provide electricity service, distribution service, that you can call that the rate base, and they get a return on it. So it's like any other, if you think about private companies, they invest, they expect that they're going to get some profits, and then return on it. So that return is also adjudicated, and a rate of return rather, and it is applied on the rate base to get them their earnings, so to speak. So that's how the process is. And underneath that, then you have different billing determinants that are used to figure out what exactly the rates are going to be, say, for example, per kilowatt hour, per customer, things like that. Okay, please.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Again, I have to ask the question because of the chatter on Facebook to people talking about rate of returns. I know there's misunderstanding on the actual rate of returns. They say utilities get 12%, 15%. But in relation to that comment, how do you, I know there's a small range that you can determine for the rate of return. So how do you determine, particularly in these high cost times, how do you determine what rate of return that they should get on this next rate hike, particularly when the rate hike is so high?
I will refrain from speaking about how things should be done, for example, in that environment, if a rate case comes to me, but let me talk about it generally. And I would let folks know that I used to be the return on equity expert for the PUC as well as for the Office of Consumer Advocate. So let me talk generally. So what happens is, the investors would look at, like, this is how much money I have. I want to invest in different ventures, and you as an investor, you might decide to invest in a utility, but what return should you get on it? It's really largely driven by the competition across all investors. They are kind of revealing the opportunity cost of their business or what their money. So that is done through a process. It's a pretty complicated process. We look at a sample of different utilities and we look at how the financial markets are operating, and you use, for example, if you use a discounted cash flow approach to come up with, what really are the investors actually getting at this point in time. And that's what an analyst would do, look at those things and say, what, in this current environment, the return should be this much for the distribution utilities. So that's how the process works. Sorry, and what you're asking about, the rates going high, that is the energy component, and it's possible. I mean, it's a fair question. It's possible that because of that, the return on distribution investment may actually get impacted in the market, and whether that seeps through the analysis when you look at a proxy set of companies and do your DCF component analysis, that I can't speak to at this point.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the follow-up. I may have asked the wrong question, but maybe it doesn't matter. I was really talking about what establishes the profit margin for the utility per se. Is that the same thing as what you just described?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
If I could, and I'll just
Representative Munns has a question, if you wanted to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I can elaborate and then turn it over if that's okay. So it's helpful to think of it in buckets. So you have the supply bucket, which is fundamentally the pass-through that we were talking about earlier, where there is no profit margin. That's on the supply side. You have the transmission side, and then you have the distribution side, which is what Commissioner Chattopadhyay was talking about. In this fancy equation you see at the top of the sheet is illustrative. I know it's complicated and a little confusing when you look at it, but I'd just like to say that when you look at, this is for the distribution utility alone, this particular equation, and the weighted average cost of capital that Commissioner Chattopadhyay was talking about is with respect to only the capital portion of the distribution utility. There's lots of other things in there, like their overhead costs, these other things, where there's no return on that. So it's important to sort of break it into the component pieces. And I know we've been talking about supply and the return on supply and the return on the distribution utilities, and I just wanted to segment between those two.
And I'll add, if I may. So the utilities, and I have a few slides about some of these underlying principles, but the utilities make money on capital investment. The utility plant that they invest in and build, the wire that they hang on the poles that they put in the ground, the transformers on the pole, the gas main that's in the ground, the water pipe that's in the ground, the physical infrastructure, what they spend on that physical infrastructure is what they earn their return on. Those returns, when we gauge whether a utility should be entitled to an 8.5% return on that money that they spent on capital, or a 9% or a 9.5%, the utility comes in a rate case and they present what's called a proxy group. And they show a proxy group of similarly situated utilities across the country, whether it's gas, electric, water, and they demonstrate that in other states, this is what a similarly situated utility earns for a return on investment. And why that's relevant is because these are incredibly capital-intensive businesses. They borrow hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars per year. When they go to financial markets, like financial institutions, large banks, to borrow money, the interest rate on which they can borrow money varies based on the regulatory environment. And one of the factors that's heavily weighed by the financial community is the return on investment. And this is fundamentally one of the biggest struggles as regulators. When you saw earlier that our logo is the scale of justice, and that RSA 363 designates us as the arbiter to balance the interests between the utilities and the customers. And we have to consider all of these factors when we set rates, when we set earnings, to understand how do we foster healthy utilities that can borrow and access capital in the markets at competitive rates versus the significant impacts that that has on your constituents and customers in the state. That is ultimately the challenge that we face in our roles as rate regulators.
That's a good explanation. Thank you. Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you may have answered some of my question already, but just I want to clarify. When you talk about the rate of return being tied to the return that investors can get in other investments, I mean, that would include the stock market, for example. But then Commissioner Simpson, you mentioned that or you implied, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it was tied more to the cost of debt. I guess what I'm trying to understand is how much do fluctuations in the stock market and fluctuations in, what the Fed is doing in terms of raising interest rates, how much does that have an impact on the rate of return? And assuming it does, do you adjust the allowed return in this equation based on what's going on in those markets?
The answer is yes, and that it affects both of the items that you just articulated, cost of capital, cost of debt. There are many factors that we have to weigh in that analysis, and it boils down to when financial institutions look at investments, they have different areas with which they invest to diversify their portfolios. One of those is utilities. So the question for them is, do I invest my money in a utility in New Hampshire, or do I invest my money in a utility in Massachusetts or Utah? And that's based on these factors that we consider in the rate-making process. But my colleague is the PhD in economics and an expert, so he can elaborate further.
So again, I'll try to keep it simple. An investor, when I say an investor, they are interested in spending their own money. That is kind of equity. It's not debt. For an utility, it's trying to attract investors, and it also has the ability to go to the debt market and get, through, say, bonds or whatever. And they too have to be mindful of what mix of debt and equity they should target. And that also becomes part of the analysis when we are setting the weighted cost of capital, what is the just and reasonable return. So that becomes part of the analytics.
Follow up?
So just a follow-up, given what's going on right now, where the stock market performance has gone south, which, I regret every time I look at my bank statement, and the cost of debt is going up because the Fed is raising the rates. Any sense of what that's going to mean in terms of the allowed return? Is that going to drive it down, increase it?
Depends on the specifics of a particular, let's say, filing. But again, speaking generally, let's say if you have an environment where the interest rates on debt is pretty low, right? So you might end up concluding in this environment, it's okay to go a little bit more debt than, so the weightage might be different. And ultimately, you have to keep in mind that when, as an utility, you are getting money from an investor or an equity, as an equity, that receives less priority compared to the debt instrument that I might be involved in. So if I have to return, I have to give money to people, I have to prioritize debt. So that issue also comes into play. And so in an environment where the debt rate is going up quite a bit, you might say, maybe the mix isn't what we have right now. And that's why I said it depends on the specifics. So, and it maybe we can go a little bit more equity, which is fine, but because I don't want to be exposed to the prioritized, commitment that I have for debt instruments.
So it's complicated. Thank you.
It is.
Representative Partial, did you have a question?
You want,
Okay, thank you. All right, continue, thanks.
That's okay.
okay. So I'm just making sure I've covered, yep, range. Okay. And but I want to also add that as you go to slide 13, that rate setting is not simply about distribution rates, okay? In fact, other rates impact customers' electricity, gas, water, sewer, and telecommunications bills. And it goes back to, for example, as an example, the energy supply component, right? And it's important for those other components. We have to still be mindful of whether the utility has asked the proper rates. Ultimately, it's about billing determinants, whether a particular rate design is the right approach, things like that. So they influence, there are things like system benefit charges, there's stranded cost charges, and there are the pass-through rates that I talked about. They also have to be looked at by the commission. And that happens, in my opinion, more frequently than we think it, does perhaps, because there's all kinds of reconciliation processes put in place. And to be clear, and I'm going back to the point that Commissioner Simpson was mentioning, as far as the rate base that I mentioned in the previous slide, that is really about distribution companies. That is about the physical assets that those companies need to be able to provide service. That's one category. So they expect a return on it based on this sort of the capitalist economy here. For the other rates, the utility is not expected to or allowed to have any return. Those are just pass-throughs. So that's how the process works.
You have a question, Representative Summers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner, for taking these questions. In fact, being an economist, you're probably the perfect person to answer this question for me. One thing, and maybe we completely misunderstand this, but several folks I've spoken to look at it as a business sense, and they see, the common account assets equals liabilities plus equity. And so looking at this rate here, does the utility have control of the amount of depreciation to be able, because normally depreciation, the more depreciation you put on, right, the lower the taxes become, which means the lower the rate of return would be needed. Is it run like that? Do they have control how much they can depreciate, or is it regulated to a set amount?
Speaking generally and based on my experience, and I'm not a depreciation expert, but I can tell you that what tends to happen is the utility would say, this is how the depreciation schedule should be. And then you'll have the other parties, including PUC staff, and going back to the erstwhile PUC, they will say, nope, that is not how it should be. So it's not entirely determined by the utility. There is there's a process there too.
Continue, please.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the topic of fostering competition. The first point I will make is that right now in New Hampshire, a customer can decide to stay with the utility for their energy portion. So use default service, pay default service rates, or they can go to a competitive supplier. And that, to the best of my knowledge, I think it's been happening for like two decades, okay? That's already there. A lot of the Commercial and industrial customers, I think, have already made the switch. So very little remains with default service. But for residential customers, that has not happened to the extent, perhaps when when this move was made, uh, the expectation was, okay. So, but it's the customers do have that choice. Currently, the commission has allowed community power aggregation, and there has been a proliferation of it, and I need to be careful when I say that. It's still in the early stages. When I say proliferation, it really, the towns are submitting petitions, okay, approve us for community power aggregation. That's happening a lot more. And so that's what I meant. That too, as an economist, I will tell you, when people have more choices, it's good. It puts competitive pressures on prices, and if you have a monopoly service, it doesn't have a whole lot of competition, then it tends to accommodate more inefficiencies. So in that sense, those two moves are already helping. But as we were talking about, I was also amazed to see the hike in the prices with the energy supply prices, right? I mean, I also consume electricity, so it does affect me. And, you know, I'm on default service right now, and I try to think about, you know, what should I do differently, right? So I'm sure most people are doing that. But it's also a question of what processes are put in place. And we, as commissioners, we come into it. I became a commissioner roughly a year ago. There are these processes that are in place. We try to follow them, and you come up, or you end up facing this situation. So then you start asking whether there are things we can do to the processes itself to make it less problematic for the customers. You still have to abide by the statutes. We are a restructured state. The generation is no longer regulated and all of that. Within that scheme, are there things we can do? And that's part of what we're trying to do in that investigative docket. Okay, so that's my second slide, second bullet here. Speaking as an economist, keeping things general again, and I've been involved in a lot of regional electric matters. I was one of the analysts for the Public Utilities Commission that used to go to the NEPOOL meetings, to the FERC, and all of that. So, I mean, I can tell you from my experience, the ISO New England market, which is where all of the issues about very high prices is happening right now, the energy supply part of it. The focus is kind of a lot more on the supply side, the generating companies, things like that. And I think there may be approaches that we can take on the customer side or on the demand side that can also provide ability for us to keep the prices at check, the ones that you face in the energy supply rates. So, and that is a question. Are there things we can do? So I kind of point out a few things here, a better retail level rate making oriented, like can we use TOU? It's been approved in some cases, but that doesn't mean it's end of the job. Can we improve it? Then there's other items like dynamic pricing, real-time pricing. So that, and that creates opportunities for transactive energy. And what I mean by that at a very high level, if you realize that electricity, it's a unique product. You have to match demand and supply every instant. And so in some ways you might say you have market every instant being run, um, like, so you want to meet and you're looking for a price signal that tells you where the demand meets the supply, because that's what basic economics will tell you. It's, you know, it's the laws of demand and supply. And I'm kind of, and so it's, and but we have a system here. We have average rates, right? A customer's rate is decided, default service rate. This is the rate for the next 6 months, and that creates actually opportunities for customers to be able to actually bring more value into the picture and maybe help lower the supply rates. So, but it's a, as I started saying, it's a very general concept, but I'm just sharing my thoughts as an economist. Okay.
Great. I wanted to let you finish your point before I pointed to Representative Corman for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking this question. When you listed things that can be done on the demand side, one thing that you omitted was energy efficiency, and I'm wondering why that wasn't in the list.
That is, energy efficiency is also part of how you can reduce the demand. So in that sense, it is absolutely part of the demand. It's in the picture already. So I'm talking about, are there other things that are more responsive to the market realities instantaneously? That's what I was focusing on here. A lot of the times energy efficiency is like almost like a base resource. It's there, you should definitely exploit it. But here I was focusing on how better we can achieve the equilibrium between supply and demand. And so there may be things that we can do more than that.
Follow up?
So I understand what you're saying, but can I infer then that you feel like energy efficiency is it's as far as we've gone and we really can't do any more? It's just there, or can more be done on the demand side with regard to energy efficiency?
Generally speaking, there are, I mean, first of all, I have to be careful because this is an ex parte thing, and in the future, sometime in July, there will be another docket in energy. So I'll keep it really general. We should always look for ways to get, demand-based resources into the mix, as long as they're cost-effective, and we should always strive to even have energy efficiency that that can be achieved to help us with the cost-effective, solutions. So I would say nothing is set in stone.
I'll add, I would agree there's a lot more that can be done in terms of energy efficiency and demand responsiveness. And what Commissioner Chattopadhyay is discussing on this slide are the rate foundations on which customers are charged. And today, under the paradigm where you have a fixed rate, there are opportunities to reduce that. But in terms of energy efficiency, there are things that people still need to do, but they could change when they do it. So for instance, I am on a time of use rate. My utility in Hampton offers time of use rates, and I'm a customer on that. My electricity price changes based on the hour of the day. I change my behavior. I charge my car at different times. I turn on my dishwasher or my dryer at different times because of that. I think what we are presenting in terms of opportunities to foster competition are rate designs that enable customer control of demand responsiveness. And that includes baseline energy efficiency technologies like we have today, but there are many, many other opportunities as well that we could capture and provide customers with more information so that they can change their behavior and see lower prices.
I will add the focus for me here is fostering competition. And really I think Commissioner Simpson explained it well, that are there ways to, as a customer, if I can bring in flexibility into the fray, that would lead to a better situation. Right now, what tends to happen, and that's what I was talking about, my experience with the regional markets, it is kind of understandable, but there's a focus mostly on the supply side. Okay? So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Could I just get your clarification on one point? I think I heard you say that community aggregation is a lot like a competitive supplier. Is that a valid way to make that comparison?
I would say that I don't know the absolute answer for that question, but what I was saying was, if just like a competitive supplier, if you have a community aggregator and they give you different rates, and they have a different way of managing resources, that's providing competition. There's another option out there. How, I don't have the answer. This is really a question. Whether that can be done in a way that is truly achieving that goal, which is it puts more pressure, downward pressure on the prices. It's a question for everyone, but you need to always be, in my opinion, be more willing to allow for more options.
Great, thank you. Representative Parshall now has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Bose. And thank you again. This question I'd like to ask Mr. Simpson. You were speaking about it sounds like a very exciting system you have of being able to monitor and plan your electric use in order to flatten the curve. You must live in a place other than the Eversource where you have a meter that can do this, I would imagine.
I live in the town of Hampton. My utility is Unitil.
Yes, and the majority of our state does not have the capacity to enact that third bullet because we do not have the type of meter that allows us to do that.
So we have ongoing proceedings right now that pertain to this. So I'm going to speak generally. I can discuss my utility rate with Unitil because we've issued an order. It's an approved rate. With respect to enabling time of use rates more broadly across the state, that's been a policy initiative for several years here in New Hampshire. There's been the General Court passed a law several years ago. I think it was Senate Bill 517 that started an investigation looking into time of use rates specifically for electric vehicles. And I think understanding and continuing to investigate broad deployment of that rate type for customers is of interest for us and is something that we're looking at in multiple proceedings. The underlying systems that you mentioned, like metering, that plays into it. And I think going back again to our discussion about the scale of investment, these being very capital intensive industries, the challenge that we face is that technology moves more quickly than the financial commitments that are required in this industry sometimes bear. So the investment in a broad enterprise-wide system like that is hundreds of millions of dollars. It has to be used for a certain period of time. I'm not saying that I personally want to hold back on that. I'm very interested in time of use rate designs personally. I hope that we can enable more options like that for customers so that they can take control of their energy use and the costs that they bear to consume that energy.
Okay, thank you. Before you move on, I want to apologize to the three of you, but I must leave. I have to introduce a bill in another committee. So Representative Thomas will be presiding over the rest of this meeting. And I thank you all three for being here, giving us an excellent presentation. And I regret that I'll miss the rest of it, but thank you. Please continue.
Thank you.
By all means, continue, please.
So going on to the next slide, which is slide 15. It is really tied to the point that I was making at the end in slide 14. And what I wanted to share from my end was that even as the state of New Hampshire participating in the regional processes, there may be opportunities to rely more on the demand side to bring value to customers here. And the point I'm trying to make here is that if you know how winter snaps work, then there could be times when you have a pretty prolonged winter snap. And that creates huge problems for the New England region, because we are at the end of the gas pipeline network. And so it creates problems. And we could really see a major issue because of that. So what the intent of this slide is to say, generally, as a customer, if you're not paying a whole lot on electricity, and I'm talking in terms of percentage of your income, okay, you may say, why do I worry about the fluctuating prices? I'm just paying 3% of my salary on it. Okay, if it becomes 4% one year, 2% the other year, I don't need to think so much. I don't need to track how I'm consuming, how I'm running the washer, dryer, and all of that. I don't need to do that. So I'm just going to be, that may well be true. A lot of customers may actually not need this kind of flexibility, but I can definitely see that when you have a prolonged winter snap kind of situation, the prices go crazy. Even up to maybe even $3,000, or $2,500. So there is opportunities for customers to extract value out of that and do things even during winter. And that's what I'm saying with this slide. So we need to also think about that. That may be not happening right away, but the urgency of it is all dependent on our experience. If a really bad cold snap hits, then we'll start thinking about it. And usually what happens in the ISO New England world, the focus is more on the supply side. So
Representative Knoll has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following on your current discussion of customer choices, I'm thinking of residential customers. The price rate that we're stuck with or stuck on, I think of as a signal to the customers, and they must be thinking of changing their service to find a less costly service. Do you track that information? Do you have access to that information and know how much of that is happening?
Yes, we do track that information. About 15% of the customers in New Hampshire use a third-party supplier that is not default service.
Follow-up? Thank you.
In the DOE has it on their website.
And
as
the
well.
DOE, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I assume that this is ongoing. For some people, it probably takes a little while to learn about this and get themselves set up to chase it out.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are surprised that that rate is not the number of the default service number of customers taking default service is so high that the transition hasn't been faster. In other states, it's been faster. I think a lot of people in New Hampshire blame it on the original rollout, which was before any of our time, but the rollout maybe wasn't as smooth as it could have been. So it is surprising, and now we have the community aggregation thing rolling in, and will that start to dominate default service is a good question. It's early days, so we don't know on that yet.
I have a question, a follow-up to Representative Noel's question. So could it be that, as far as I'm aware, if you were to change your energy supplier to a lower rate, the impetus is on the customer to make sure that he watches that when the next time period comes, like after 6 months or whatever it is, they may forget. It's upon them to say, "Oh, I don't want you anymore because your rate's going to be higher than the other rate I was on before I left. Now I have to switch again." Is there a way that we could smooth that out so customers don't have to remember to do that so much? I guess is my question.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair concern. I've personally used third-party suppliers in the past, and there is no notification. There's we have the big calendar at home, and we write the date on when it's coming due, and that's maybe not the best way to run a railroad, no pun intended. So that is something that that is problematic in terms of this notification process as it exists today from the third parties.
If I may ask a follow-up, do you see that as a possible policy opportunity?
I would let Commissioner.
So I would leave that question to the legislature, frankly. I think that there are factors to consider when you weigh whether or not you impose changes like that. I mean, clearly that, or I should say, changes in terms of program structure or rules have an impact in how the competitive supplier community then weighs the risks that they factor into their price and what they ultimately charge customers. So I think that's a policy decision that would be best answered by the legislature, but I would say that there are many considerations on how those changes might impact competitive prices in the future.
I want to respond to what Commissioner Goldner was talking about. He has competitive supply. I can tell you, just day before yesterday, I was talking about, we have options, and I told that to my wife. So it's like, you're telling me now, like, so she had no clue. But that also tells me that she doesn't listen to me, because I probably did tell her a long time ago. So I know friends who are very particular. They're actually looking at the rates all the time. They are on competitive supply. It's also a question of how long you want to be locked in. Okay, so they think about that aspect too. So you might, as the prices are beginning to go down, let's say, then you might say, you know what, if I jump into a locked price for 1 year, that may not be smart, because what might happen is the prices go down so much that the average rate that the competitive supplier is giving me, that may be high. So let me just, I know that I had those discussions with so I just wanted to share that. Okay. I think that's.
Please keep sharing. Representative Munz has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which government agency has oversight responsibility for the third-party suppliers?
So the Department of Energy tracks those prices. If you go to the New Hampshire Department of Energy's website, you can see all of the competitive, or I believe all of, you can see competitive supply rates that are offered in New Hampshire. And they have the responsibility for providing that information to the public and reviewing it.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Do they also have responsibility for addressing customer service issues, such as not notifying people in a timely manner when rates are changing?
They have a consumer division that works with customers. I don't know if I'm not sure if that's something that is an initiative of theirs or not. But we, as the adjudicative body for really primarily utility rates, we don't interface in that way. That's now been moved over to the DOE.
I see we have not much time left. I'd like to have you continue so you can cover your material before we ask too many more barrages of questions.
Okay, so I'm up next. We wanted to address the topic of protection of consumers, so I have a slide on that where I'll discuss our various authorities. But then the remainder of my presentation is really just to try to be educational and provide context. I think we've had a lot of the discussions this morning, but I've tried to structure it in a way that helps explain utility history, utility regulation, generally speaking, some of the precedent that we rely on as utility regulators, and then the New England market at large. So with respect to protection of consumers, we generally regulate the utilities in the state, and our goal is to ensure that they do not charge illegal, unjust, unreasonable, or discriminatory rates. The utilities are answerable to us to provide for safe and adequate service. The Department of Energy and the Office of the Consumer Advocate also are authorities in this space for protecting the public. If a complaint is filed against a utility at the Department of Energy and there's no resolution to that, then the complaint can be submitted to the PUC, and we can hear that complaint and come to a decision. We are authorized on our own initiative to investigate and inspect utilities and initiate proceedings if we feel that there are risks out there or that there are issues that deserve our oversight. And furthermore, the utility can come before us on their own initiative as well. We can request that the Attorney General's office initiate a legal proceeding for a utility's failure to perform duties, and the Commission can order reparations or impose penalties as well.
Is it possible to hold a question until they get going a little more further so they can get the material, or is it something that's, can you write it down and ask later? Thank you.
So I mentioned this earlier, but generally speaking, utility regulation arose in the 19th century around the provision of water service initially, and then gas service for gas lighting. This concept of the natural monopoly is critical. John Stuart Mill in 1848. Utility service could be supplied at a lower cost if the duplication of facilities by competitive firms were avoided. There's a picture that many people have seen of early electric poles with dozens of electric wires hanging on them. That is not an efficient model for the provision of an incredibly capital-intensive business that is essential to the public. So we enable utilities to have a monopoly because fundamentally it is more cost effective to have one provider of these services than multiple providers. We have regulation in order to protect the public interest from that monopoly power. The utilities have to offer universal service. They have to offer service to everyone. They have to do it safely. They have to do it reliably, and they have to do it responsibly because customers can't shop around from their incumbent provider. They only have one. Going to our next slide, the regulatory compact is a concept in the field of utility regulation. And what it means is that there's an agreement that exists between a utility that's a private company and the government. We've given them a monopoly. They're the only one that can provide service in a geographic area. The utility, therefore, has an obligation to serve all customers within those bounds. The government, in turn, promises to set rates that the utility can charge in a manner that will compensate the utility for the costs that they've incurred to provide that service. And the case precedent is, we often refer to the Bluefield case, that the utility is entitled to rates that permit it to earn a return on its property. It can recover its cost, and on the property that it develops, the infrastructure that develops, it's entitled to earn a return on that for the provision of that service. That's incentive regulation that we've incentivized utility behavior. We've told them, you have this monopoly, you can operate, you're the only one that can operate in this area, you have the opportunity to earn a return on that. That incentive regulation paradigm limits some utility decision making. Utilities are fundamentally risk adverse because of that construct, but it also can incentivize other utility behavior. And under the Hope case, just and reasonable rates involve the balancing of investor and consumer interests. So again, going back to that concept that capital intensive, very expensive, utilities have to borrow money, raise capital, that the balance of that incentive regulation is to enable them to access capital at competitive rates.
Can we get through this presentation a little bit more, and then we can write your question down? We will allow questions later. Okay, thanks. Until you're done with your part of the presentation.
Okay. I'll try to move as quickly as I can. The next slide, slide 20, just demonstrates the elements of the electric grid. And I present this, it's an often shown graphic to show really the utility structure, but also fundamentally jurisdiction and the jurisdictional questions and relevance that exists between the states and the federal government. So on this graphic, you see a generation facility on the left, a power plant, that then connects to the transmission system, which is interstate, generally speaking, and that provides bulk transmission of energy across state lines. Those lines then end within states, and they connect to the local distribution systems, which are primarily state and are regulated primarily by the commission. Going to our next slide, just to give you some insight into, where does this authority come from? Why do states regulate distribution? Why does the FERC regulate transmission? So the state regulation is rooted in the U.S. Constitution under our police power, and that's the ability for states to regulate for the societal benefit of health, safety, and general welfare. And it isn't specific to utilities. That's a broad authority that states have under the United States Constitution. Under the 10th Amendment, powers not delegated to the federal government are reserved for the states. So that's expansive, that if the federal government has not said, we are going to regulate this area of business, that is left to the states to regulate. And state regulation, as I noted, generally focuses on local distribution of energy, the generation of energy, and intrastate activities that occur within our borders. Going to the next slide, the federal government's regulatory authority in this space comes out of the Commerce Clause in the United States Constitution, that the Congress shall have the power to regulate commerce among several states. So when there's something that crosses state borders, that is now overseen by the federal government and not state governments. And the relevant federal statute is the Federal Power Act. And that provides that FERC has jurisdiction over the use or sale of electric energy in interstate commerce, applying to the transmission of electric energy in interstate commerce and to the sale of electric energy at wholesale in interstate commerce. So there's a Natural Gas Act, but I think it's well stated in the Federal Power Act, and that theme applies generally. Any other sale meaning distribution of retail electric energy, is regulated by the states, regulated by this commission, which was created by the legislature, and other regulatory authorities. All rates in connection with the transmission or sale of electric energy subject to the jurisdiction of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission shall be just and reasonable, same as us. Rates that we set and regulate must be just and reasonable as well.
I think it's a good time to pause, and I'd like to get back to some of
Okay.
the questions.
Sure.
Representative Corman, if you had your question before, and I believe Representative Summers had a question at the time. So let's cover those questions or any questions that might have come up on these last two pages that were quite interesting, but as a matter of fact.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just going back to when you talk about investigations, and I'm just curious, when does the PUC decide to open a docket? What are the criteria? What are the limits to what you can do? Things like that.
So we have, maybe one of my colleagues might have the statutory reference, the RSA, but there's an RSA that enables the commission to open an investigation. And it's general authority. Perhaps one of my colleagues might have the text. It's right here, RSA 365, 5, 6, and 7. So when there are areas of the industry or elements of rate regulation that merit further study, an investigation is an option for us. The general court, from time to time, has directed that the commission opens an investigation, and there have been investigations into things like electric vehicle time of use rates. That was an investigation that the commission conducted a couple of years ago. The commission has also opened investigations on our own initiative, and I'm sure you're thinking about some recent ones like energy efficiency, or the investigation that we have into the provision of default electric service and gas service. Because of our roles as adjudicators, we're governed by ethical duties and ex parte, in that we cannot engage with open matters before the commission with the public. Everything that we do is on the record, submitted to us through a public forum, and that protects customers, that protects the process. Investigations we conduct similarly in a public manner. We have an open docket. We have public meetings that folks can come to. Sometimes they're called technical sessions, where there's no decision that the commission is adjudicating. There's nothing that the commission is trying to come to for a decision or has been asked to. It's more when there's an issue that deserves further analysis and learning by the commission. So we can do that in an open public forum, can get stakeholders together, we can ask questions, they can provide us with information, and we can do that in a public way that enables a conversation and information submitted to us to learn more.
A follow-up.
Thank you. So you mentioned the energy efficiency report. So let me refer specifically to that. What triggered that report?
I can touch on that, and perhaps the other commissioners would have some additional comments. I'm the longest tenured commissioner at 1.5 years. I started in May of 2021. The commissioners to my right started in December of that same year. So we were not in the energy efficiency dockets that preceded us. We had never had the opportunity to ask questions or engage in those dockets. So for us, this investigative docket was an opportunity for us to do some learning and understand at a deeper level what was going on in that particular topic. Anything else you guys would like to add?
I would add too, I did not participate in that proceeding until the very, very end of it. And it was before my time that it was opened, and I understand the questions that arise out of it. I would say that the investigatory ability of the commission is an important option for the commission to exercise in certain times. Within the scope of the energy efficiency realm, there were a lot of administrative changes that happened both to the commission and within the space of energy efficiency regulation in the state of New Hampshire. The commission was restructured administratively in 2021, and then in 2022 there was a statute that passed that directed the commission to use specific tests for the evaluation of cost benefit within the energy efficiency programs. And my understanding is that the commission at the time needed to embark on that investigation to better understand the tests that were in place, that put in place by the legislature, and would be used within the evaluation of energy efficiency programs.
I'll go back to Representative Summers for a question he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. This actually will probably cover almost every one of your slides you just had here. This one question. But on your regulatory compact, you had in here the utility has an obligation to serve and regulation incentives utility behavior. We actually had New Hampshire Electric Co-op that met in front of us, and they had stated that their rates, gave us their current rates, and they were less than half of what the regulated rates were for the utilities. Now, they said that this was because the fact that they can go to the market on a daily, weekly, monthly basis to be able to price compete for the price in the market, compared to where the electric utilities can only go once every 6 months. Is the fact that they can only go once every 6 months, is that part of the regulation? How does that incentivize us by them not being able to price compete more often?
It's a great question, and we have an investigation ongoing to look into those processes. I think what we see is that commodities markets fluctuate on a daily basis, a moment by moment basis. And the utilities plan for a day when they go and issue an RFP to procure energy supply. So you might go out one day and the price is significantly lower than the next. And that's due to a lot of global factors, supply factors, unknowns that are hard to predict. Similarly, or conversely, I should say, sometimes you might get a really good price on a day and you lock that in. So it's a process question, and we're grappling with that ourselves, and we're trying to gain more information through this investigatory process and understand what factors should be considered and gain feedback from the public about what could be changed in that process and how it could be better.
One follow-up.
Quick follow-up. Is there anything then written in stone or stated that makes the utilities not be able to behave like the New Hampshire Co-op?
It's a great question.
You might get some assistance by looking behind you to the consumer advocate.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just speaking, at least I'm trying to address part of the question that you're asking. to the best of my recollection, when the restructuring happened and when the default service rates were being put into place, I think there was a concern about they shouldn't be facing the volatility that would result if you are letting ratepayers go and deal with the prices every day. Okay, so it's a very general answer from me, but I think I may have seen that is the reason why things were what they were over the last so many years. But that's just
My instinct is that there is a commission order from years and years ago that dictated that process. I'm happy to go back and look and see what that precedent is, but I can tell you today that this is the process that the utilities have been using for years, decades, and it has not really evolved over that time. And that's the purpose of this investigation, is to look into what might be opportunities for evolution in that space.
And I'll take Chairman's prerogative to follow up on the follow-up to just, so it's my understanding then it's not any state law that would prevent that. It's just go back to review what the policy might be.
I mean, I think what Commissioners Simpson and Chattopadhyay were communicating, which I'll just augment, is that, these commissioners are pretty new. We've come into the process. We've inherited a process. We're looking at that process in an IR docket to see what we can do differently. So we're very engaged, very interested in this. And then on the NHEC question, I would say, but probably if you go back and you look at a longer horizon, it would be interesting to see what the data would say there. Currently, the NHEC rates are lower. I think if we go back and look at history, there's some perturbations in that analysis, and we'd be happy to go back and gather that data and send that to this committee if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Representative Munns has a question.
Yeah, I think my question's along the same lines here. I mean, I do think it would be really interesting to know whether the standard of setting rates every 6 months is something that has been set by statute, or and therefore we have to do something, or whether it's just an order that you can then revise. So I think it would be very helpful to know that.
That's a great question, and we'll follow up with you on that.
At this point, I'd like to reserve the rest of your time to finish your presentation,
Okay.
so we can have a few questions after that, please.
Sure. So I'll move as quickly as I can. One of the really relevant federal statutes that has transformed the landscape of utility regulation over the last 50 years or so was PURPA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Policy Act of 1978. This came about following the energy crisis in the early 70s, and it was implemented to encourage energy conservation, fuel diversity, equitable rates, and enhanced competition for supply-side resources. In the electric market, you might have heard the term qualifying facilities, and that really stemmed from this policy. From PURPA, which stimulated market competition, that has led to restructured states like we are in New Hampshire. And under PURPA, what these competitive market generators are entitled to is what's called the avoided cost. So what the vertically integrated or the utility monopoly that would own generation, what they would have to pay if they built new generation and can subsequently avoid by purchasing power on the competitive market. The next slide shows a map of the U.S. and the state of deregulation. On the electric side, there's about a third of the states in the United States that have restructured or deregulated electricity markets. Some states have deregulated gas markets. In New Hampshire, commercial and industrial customers have the option to shop around for their gas supply, similar to electric customers. If you go to the next slide, this just shows the regional transmission organizations that exist across the country. We exist within ISO New England. They are the RTO the regional transmission organization that runs and operates the regional grid, and there are several others across the country. Some states are not in an RTO, and individual utilities within states perform these functions, but we are within the Northeast New England regional grid. Next slide. This shows ISO New England's control room. They have a control room in Holyoke, Massachusetts, where they operate the regional grid. Rates within the region are regulated by FERC, and ISO New England has tariffs that are regulated by FERC. Their job is to ensure the reliability of the interstate transmission system and to administer the region's competitive wholesale electricity markets. Next slide. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is the PUC's analog at a federal level. FERC is composed of 5 commissioners as opposed to 3. They're all appointed by the President of the United States with the advice and approval of the United States Senate. Commissioners on FERC serve 5-year terms and have an equal vote on regulatory matters, just like the PUC in New Hampshire. And then my last 2 slides just discuss some regional entities and national entity that we work closely with. For New England, the New England Conference of Public Utilities Commissioners, or NECPUC, is the consortium of utility regulators in New England. They're a nonprofit corporation that provides regional regulatory assistance on matters of common concern to public utilities commissions, convene meetings, organize different meetings with commissioners across New England. They don't have any independent regulatory authority. It's just a consortium that organizes utility commissioners across the region. And then next slide, similarly, their federal analog is NARUC, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. It's one of the oldest associations of its type in the country. It's a nonprofit that serves state commissions, and they work to improve the quality and effectiveness of public utility regulation. They work on a lot of papers, do research, have meetings that convene discussions, and it's something that state regulators from around the country are involved in. So that's the end of our presentation. I'm sure we're happy to take any further questions that you all might have. Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the PUC has a certain role. The DOE has a certain role. The General Court has a certain role. Office of Consumer Advocate has a certain role. Everybody has a role. Do you feel like these roles are clearly defined? Do you feel like the General Court should clarify things any further?
They're handing me the microphone. You know, I think that that the change made on July 1st of 2021, everyone has been working really hard to make those adjustments and move forward and sort through all of the different challenges associated with the reorganization. And my answer to your question, I think, would be that I think there are some growing pains. There's always challenges, but I do think that the change was well defined, and I think that we have a good understanding of our role inside of what the legislature provided to us.
I see Representative Munns has a last question. I'm sorry, I'll say Representative Munns, and then Representative Partial will have the last question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In one of the early slides where you were talking about the old versus new PUC, you mentioned that the DOE provides the commission with independent information on the record. Given that the DOE is an executive department, how independent is that information versus, you doing it yourself, which I think you did previously?
Yeah, I think I'll try to answer the question. I can't really answer the question about the DOE's objectivity. That would be a better question for the DOE than it would be for the PUC. But I know that the OCA, who's here today, and the DOE, who's a mandatory party to all our proceedings, provide extremely valuable and really necessary information for us to balance the interests of the monopolies, the utilities, with the residential ratepayers and with all of the other different pieces and different attributes that we need to consider. So I would just say the DOE is a critical part of us getting the information that we need. And I don't know how to answer the other part of your question.
Okay, Representative Partial, please finish up our excellent presentation here with your question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again. First, a comment and a question. I love to see John Stuart Mills quoted in any presentation, and I thank you for that. You mentioned that purple means to encourage energy conservation. Recently, the PUC released a report on energy efficiency planning, programming, and evaluation, was mentioned earlier. It addressed programs such as New Hampshire Saves, and some say puts a thumb on it. The report claims that the Granite State test is asymmetrical and inconsistent with industry norms. On the surface, it appears to be inconsistent with the findings of our Benefit Cost Working Group report conducted in 2019. I think I'd be remiss if I did not ask for further comment from the PUC at this time, though I do understand that time constraints may negate a thorough answer.
So, based on the record request responses that we had received in that docket, we are simply trying to analyze the information, and I think it would be incorrect to assume that that is how we necessarily look at it. It's just a sort of a question, and coming from my vantage point, I mean, it's there is the economics based question about what do you mean by society, and when you talk about societal benefits and all of that. So it's not a very, we weren't really reaching any conclusions. It was just looking at the substance and coming to an understanding of what it means to us. We are still learning, and we have gotten comments in the docket, and I think it would be good for anybody to take a look at it. I can tell you we are still, that docket was really meant to improve our understanding of what things are, and it's still sort of an ongoing process.
Right?
Well,
Thank you. Yes, I love good questions. To me, they're better than good answers because it's questions that move us forward. My concern, and maybe you can quiet this concern, is that asking these kind of questions tends to point to certain directions and tips the hand of the PUC's, what the PUC is planning in the future. Would you say that should not be a concern?
Can you, it would be helpful to point us to a particular section or a particular question or concern that you have relative to the report. Is there a specific area that you're concerned about? I'm just trying to understand your question.
Well, my general concern is the preservation of New Hampshire Saves. And this report seems to devalue the work that is being done by New Hampshire Saves. And I'm just wondering if it tips the hand unfairly to away from New Hampshire Saves.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I think I would say, and the other commissioners can certainly comment as well, is that the general court was clear about the amount of money that they want to spend on energy efficiency, and New Hampshire saves here in New Hampshire. I think it's roughly $75 million a year, as I recall. And the commission inside of that has the obligation to understand what's being spent and how it's being spent and make sure it's being spent in a cost-effective fashion. So that's our role in that. So we're respectful, of course, that the general court has provided, and appreciate the fact that the general court has provided clarity on the amount of spending, and that that in many ways makes our role more understandable and easier to execute.
Thank you for that answer.
Okay.
Commissioner Simpson.
I'll just say for myself, I'm very interested in energy efficiency. As I mentioned earlier, I have a background in electric power engineering, and I view the efficient operation of energy systems as critical to ensure cost effectiveness, success, and reliability. I think that there's a lot of opportunities that can be done in that space and build upon the work that's been done over the past 20 years. The legislature made very clear in 1996 when it passed RSA 374F that energy efficiency is a priority of New Hampshire, and it remains a priority of New Hampshire codified in statute. Speaking on behalf of myself, I view the programs that the utilities have administered over the last 20-ish years as successful, and just like we're looking at evolution in the space of energy procurement, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for technology to be a critical part of enabling customer control, demand side control. And it remains a strategy that is important for the state, and we remain committed to that.
Well, I want to thank the three of you for being here today. I also want to be respectful of your hard stop at 11 o'clock, which it is right at this moment. So once again, we say to you that we appreciate you being here. We appreciate this excellent presentation and your willingness to answer our questions. And we'll look forward to having you back again at another time. In fact, I'm expecting someone from the commission to be here later this afternoon to testify on House Bill 219 at 3 o'clock. So we'll see somebody from the commission at that time. And until then, we'll say good day to you and see you next time around.
Thank you for inviting us. It was a pleasure speaking with you all today.
Thank you. We will be opening a public hearing on House Bill 211, but I'm going to institute a 5-minute recess so that members can take care of themselves personally before we start that public hearing. So stand by. We'll be starting HB 211 at 11:05. I officially open the public hearing on House Bill, which is an act relative to a report by the Department of Energy on the effectiveness of the system benefits charge. And I call to the testimony table the prime sponsor of the bill and vice chair of this committee, Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee members for hearing my bill. This bill is a housekeeping bill, and it was asked by the Department of Environmental Services to present it. It was a result of action we took last biennium to eliminate the Electric Oversight Committee, and we had to rearrange reports about where other reports that were contained in that original regulation to be sent. As a result of the Department of Energy being formed and the result of the elimination of the Oversight Committee, the Department of Environmental Services no longer has a role to play in submitting a report on the citizens benefits charge. So they said this was a typographical omission that we didn't get rid of, and they requested just to be removed from that. And that's the basis of this bill. It's just to correct an error that was overlooked last biennium.
Thank you, Representative. Seems like a fairly simple and straightforward bill. Any questions from the committee about House Bill 211? Seeing none, I'll call forward the next person to testify on this bill. That would be Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I'll keep my testimony brief. House Bill 211 is a good bill. You should support it. That is pretty much my testimony. It is just a housekeeping measure. I reiterate all the points that Representative Thomas made. There was a little bit of confusion in House Bill 1270 and House Bill 1258 from last year. That include DES in drafting the system benefits charge report. This is just a cleanup. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Roberge? Seeing none, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with no more pink cards in hand, unless somebody handed one in recently, I will ask, is there anybody who would like to speak who has not submitted a pink card? Represented Mr. Fitzgerald from DES.
Mr. Chairman, I did submit a pink card. I think it's working its way over, but I will just say that we fully concur with the comments that were provided by the Department of Energy and Mr. Roberge's extensive testimony, and we agree this is a housekeeping. We requested this. We have nothing to do with the SBC distribution, and again, this was just a drafting error, so we're supportive of the bill as well. It was at our request, as was noted by Representative Thomas, and we thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fitzgerald? Seeing none, I will now call to the testimony table the Honorable John Mann of Alstead, who would like to make a comment or two on this bill. And he is, pardon?
Just a small comment.
Well, come on to the table and sit down and let us enjoy it.
Yeah, very, very simple comment, really, that it seems to me
You turned it off instead of on.
I think energy efficiency is extremely important for our future, and any justification for it, any supporting information or guidance information, guidance suggestions about energy efficiency that the Department of Environment could come up with would be valuable. in supporting energy efficiency programs, finding value for the energy efficiency programs, and so on. So I would go the other way and suggest that they should write some comments about how important or not, if they find it that way, how important the energy efficiency programs could be to, if not us directly, future generations.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. And it's nice to see you, John. Appreciate you driving over here on this frightfully cold day. Any questions for the Honorable John Mann? Seeing none, we thank you. And now, with no more pink cards in hand, I think it's safe to say that we can officially close the public hearing on House Bill 211. And I'll ask Representative Ploget to give us an indication if there's any blue sheet activity on this bill.
On House Bill 211, the blue sheet, there is one in favor, none opposed. I do not have the online.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to maybe get that later. I will alert everyone here to the possibility that we will exec this bill at 4 o'clock when we have executive session. The ranking member is not here at the moment, but if she agrees to execing this bill on the same day, House rules will permit that. So we will add that to our list of bills to exec at 4 o'clock, pending a discussion with the ranking member. And with that, we will now officially break for lunch. So we will be in recess until 1 o'clock. If you decide to go out for lunch, make sure you bundle up. It's cold out there. Take care. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Hearing will start in 1 minute. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the afternoon session of Science, Technology, and Energy for Friday, February the 3rd, 2003. This afternoon, we're going to hear 3 bills in public hearing, HB 633, HB 139, and HB 219, after which we will enter executive session, where we will have an executive session on HB 418, HB 92, HB 630, HB 234, and HB 246, and possibly HB 211. So with that, I'd like to open the public hearing on House Bill 633 relative to electric distribution company market share, prohibiting certain electric rate increases, and requiring enforcement against Eversource. And I will introduce, or I will ask to visit the testimony table, the prime sponsor of this proposed legislation. That's Representative Horrigan. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Durham, and I'll just note behind me one of my constituents, Mr. Hall is here, and he won't agree with the bill. I'm not sure that I think maybe a lot of his criticisms are well taken, but I think this bill is useful as a starting off point, get us thinking more about how to deal with Eversource and with the corporate sector in general. So it's a short bill, and if passed, I think would have certainly drastic consequences. In fact, I have no idea where the 11 votes needed to pass this bill out of committee would come from, but if the bill didn't exist, we'd get 0. So I think some of those are going to would be pretty wrenching, especially for Eversource, but it's better than the undesirable consequences caused over the years over Eversource's monopoly control of the electric market here in New Hampshire, and by the company's stranglehold over the government institutions which are supposed to regulate that market. So for years, we've suffered from Eversource's high prices and mediocre service, and as well as at least a certain amount of its continued obstruction of development of renewable and sustainable energy. And just last year, Eversource got away with doubling the price of electricity. And in my opinion, I'm not sure whether there was a good reason for that, even though we understand though I do understand we're a small part of a regional electric market, and we are part of ISO and everything. At least we're still part of ISO. I don't think you've passed that bill pulling out yet. So the bold proposals in this bill are certainly doable. We have the power to do them, even if this bill passes the law exactly as introduced, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I was actually surprised it was such a short and simple bill, but because I had a proposal that a colleague got from one of his constituents, and actually that colleague ended up not being on the masthead of the bill, but and I was surprised the drafter just drafted it pretty much as we presented it to them. Of course, that particular drafter, he was an excellent attorney, but I will note, for whatever it's worth, he retired about He retired about a month after drafting this bill, but he was a very good drafting attorney. So the Public Utility Commission, Department of Energy already have the power to peg electric rate increases to the rate of inflation. I'll admit that's problematic, because the consumer price index doesn't necessarily track with the cost of producing and distributing electricity, but they already have the power to do that. The Justice Power already has the power to break up monopolies such as Eversource. And I'm not saying either of those tasks are easy. Like I said, if I get 11 votes in this committee, I'll be as amazed as anybody else, but I might as well try. there's many fine details that the various executive branch agencies will have to work out, but it can be done, and it could be done. And I'm an EverSource customer myself. I appreciate the service they provide me, especially today when we're finally getting some cold weather. But if bill passes or something based on it, I'm one of hundreds of thousands of Granite Staters who'd be paying what I think is a much fairer price for this essential service. So I'm going to go ahead and urge you ought to pass on HB 633. It's your bill. It's in your possession now. You're certainly free to amend it, and I would not be surprised if it ends up being very effectively amended should you choose to go forward with it. So that said, I guess I can quickly take any questions, although I haven't had my lunch yet and I have another bill coming up pretty soon, but you're welcome to ask any questions, I suppose.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. Before you leave the room, would you submit a pink card?
Of course, yes. Yeah,
For the,
got the
for
pink
the
card
record?
right here. Just haven't written anything on it, but
Okay.
I will do so, of course. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Appreciate that. Do we have any questions from the committee for the prime sponsor of this legislation? Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative. We've been hearing from other agencies and other bill sponsors that world events play into higher prices. So how would world events fit into this bill?
Well, if you pass it exactly, it is the world events. Energy prices are already reflected to CPI. I mean, I think that's certainly true, especially the conflict in the Ukraine that's been going on for a year. That's going to continue to increase energy prices, and I think that's the outbreak of that war is one of many reasons they're never going to go down as low as they were in the during the pandemic years. But But as I said, still, I think this or something similar to it is a better idea than just sort of the free for all we have now, where pretty much the electric companies just set their own prices based on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, seeing no further questions from the committee, I want to thank you for introducing this legislation and urge you to submit your pink card before you head for lunch.
Yeah,
And good luck with your next bill introduction. Thank
enjoy
you.
working with it. Enjoy working on it. So I think there's a lot of good. I think something good will come out of this. But
Okay,
thanks.
thank you very much. I'd next like to call to the front of the room a representative from the Department of Energy, Mr. Griffin Roberge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Griffin Roberge, State Energy Program Manager at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is opposed to this bill as introduced. The department has significant economic and legal concerns with the bill as it's currently written. To provide some context to the committee, New Hampshire's electric distribution utilities, as part of RSA 374F, that's the electric restructuring statute, do not own generating assets or the resources to produce electric power. For the energy sold to customers through default service, those utilities competitively solicit prices from regional generators for electric power on the wholesale market, again, through a competitive solicitation. The prices that are received through that solicitation reflect wholesale electric market conditions, and electric utilities do not make any profit from the sale of default service. What's important to know is that the cost of default energy service, or the cost of the power procured by the utilities, is directly passed through to New Hampshire's electric consumers. As I stated, utilities do not make any rate of return on those power costs, but they do make a rate of return on the resources needed to distribute and transmit that power to customers. Once these solicitations conclude, the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission then conducts an adjudicative proceeding to determine the utility's electric rates. This adjudication ensures that the costs recovered by the utilities are prudently incurred and are are just, fair, and reasonable. These terms, prudently incurred, fair, just, and reasonable, are important as they are significant legal terms that have been built upon many years of legal precedent. These terms are the basis by which the PUC and other state regulators in other states approve electric rates and a utility's rate of return on their investments. As I recall, Tom Frantz, our Director of Regulatory Support, was here and testified to the committee during the department's presentations that New Hampshire typically has an 8.5 to a 9.5% return on equity for public utilities, which tends to be in the middle to lower portion of what other states typically offer as a rate of return to their utilities. Looking specifically at the bill, Section 2 of the bill requires that no electric distribution utility in New Hampshire shall be permitted to raise its electric rates to customers by an amount that exceeds the annual increase in the Consumer Price Index. Put simply, this provision results in an unconstitutional taking from public utilities. By way of background, public utilities offer a good that is considered a public service. That's the availability of electricity. Costs for utilities may go up to provide that service, but this bill would prohibit them from recovering the cost to provide that adequate electric service. So for example, if in a year a utility's costs go up 6%, but they're only prohibited from getting a rate of return of 3% because of the Consumer Price Index, they are out 3% for an adequate rate of return. That in itself is an unconstitutional taking under the Constitution. Restricting the ability of utilities to recover their costs will also likely impact default service solicitations and run the risk of failed default service auctions, leading to increased costs to ratepayers. Simply put, public utility rates are based on cost of service regulation, and this language would likely run afoul of legal precedent established in longstanding U.S. Supreme Court cases. Section 3 of the bill requires that no utility shall be permitted to have more than 50% of the market share in the state. The thrust of this language, in the department's eyes, seems to encourage competition amongst electric distribution utilities. By way of background, this was largely the landscape of electrical markets back in the early 1900s. And if anyone needs a refresher on what that looks like, that's where you had independent utilities. Everybody has their own infrastructure. You'd have 16 or 17 different poles and wires going down the road, going down the same road. So this bill could potentially return to that. Again, that landscape was when multiple utilities existed, and again, when companies owned their old poles of wires. And if there is a return to that, there are significant legal and economic and safety implications if this language were to move forward. Today's distribution utilities are regulated natural monopolies that control their own service territories around the state. I believe the committee saw the PUC's testimony earlier today about franchise territories. Those living in a utility service territory get their default service from that utility, whether it be Eversource, Unitel, Liberty. Competition still does exist to some degree. Consumers are obviously allowed to seek out competitive electric supply, to shop around and find more attractive electric rates. The actual distribution of that power, though, is a regulated monopoly service. Additionally, the language in Section 3 is quite broad, as it doesn't make any mention as to how market share is defined. Is that based on annual electric sales? Is it based on the size of a utility service territories that are owned in the state? These are just at least the concerns that the department has identified with this bill, and that concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roberge. Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a two-part question. One, will you be sending us your testimony? And can you please repeat the part that you said about the unconstitutionality of this bill?
Sure. So these are just talking points I've written up for myself, but I can certainly put them in an email and send it to the committee later. Regarding the unconstitutionality of the bill, that's largely focused on Section 2 of the bill. Again, the public utilities offer the availability of electricity, which is deemed a public service. They are allowed to recover costs that are prudently incurred at just, fair, and reasonable rates. The bill, as it's proposed, indicates that utilities are only allowed a rate of return up to the max of the annual CPI. If a utility's costs incurred go up, say 6%, they cannot recover anything more than what is established in the CPI of that year.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge, for taking my question. So when you were talking about Eversource being potentially broken up,
Yep.
You brought us back to the situation 100 years ago. Would it be possible to break up Eversource into fewer pieces than the hundreds that might have been, maybe 2 or 3 pieces?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I imagine you might, but again, you'd run into some significant constitutional and economic concerns with that, and that it is their infrastructure. There'll likely need to be a reimbursement for their infrastructure that is likely being passed on to others.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a clarification question, I guess. This is the second bill where the fiscal note has not been attached. And it says due to time constraints, the Office of Legislative Budget Assistant. Is the DOE holding up any of these fiscal notes in any way?
I do not know that, but I can certainly, well, first off, thank you for the question, but I can certainly look into that and follow back up with the committee.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in again. Businesses lose money all the time. And suggesting that if the utility lost money because of this action is an unconstitutional taking of property, that's a pretty significant claim. I mean, is there precedent for that?
Yes. So first off, thank you for the question. There's various Supreme Court cases going back to the 1920s and the 1940s that really established that regulated utilities, such as those operating in New Hampshire today, are entitled to a fair and reasonable rate of return on their capital investments to deliver electric service to customers in the state. Those are, I can certainly provide cases in an email. I'll be quite honest, quite long titles, but I can certainly follow up with the committee with reference to those cases if that's helpful.
Follow up. But I guess what I'm saying is that if this bill passed,
Yep.
the state would be setting what that fair level of return would be.
Correct.
So, that how can that then be how could there then be an unconstitutional taking of property?
Thank you. And
if the rate's been determined.
So under these various cases, and I'm certainly no attorney, I can feel him right over my shoulder. Don Crease is, I know, going to answer this when he gets up here. But what was it? As I mentioned, regulated utilities are entitled to a reasonable opportunity to recover their prudently incurred costs. That is vetted through PUC adjudications, through whether it be PUCs here or similar processes in other states. They are entitled to prudently recover those costs that they incurred. If the state then comes in and says, nope, you're only established this amount, no more, through any type of adjudicative process, that is determined to be an unconstitutional undertaking.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions from the committee, I want to thank you for testifying on this bill. And I will call next to the front of the room, Mr. Michael Licata from Eversource, who's requested 4 minutes, and he opposes this bill.
Good afternoon. Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'll keep my comments fairly focused and brief. I think Mr. Roberge covered many of the points that I was going to, but I did want to emphasize a few key factors. So by way of background, again, Eversource Energy provides electric distribution service to over 540,000 homes and businesses throughout the state of New Hampshire. And on behalf of the company and our 1,500 employees who live and work in the communities that you represent, I encourage you and request that you find this legislation inexpedient to legislate. As Mr. Robert said, the changes in Section 2 of the proposed bill, if passed, would in fact represent a violation of the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution as an illegal taking of private property. And that's not something we say lightly. That's not something I put forth lightly, but allow me to explain why that is the case. And I'll use the example of our most recent, I guess, our default service rate setting that occurred over the summer. The utilities are directed by state statute and PUC order to competitively procure default service on behalf of our customers. What that means is every 6 months, we are required to issue RFPs for load following energy service for our customers. We issue those RFPs into the competitive marketplace, as Mr. Robert discussed. We receive responses back. We select the lowest cost response from a viable bidder that is then filed to the Public Utilities Commission that reviews the competitive process and ultimately approves the rate based upon that response. The utility has little to no control over the responses that it receives back from the competitive marketplace, nor does the Public Utilities Commission. And those costs, as Mr. Robert said, are directly passed through to our customers without any markup or profit margin associated with them. Over the summer, we did that normal solicitation, and because of high cost of natural gas, market uncertainty driven by global market forces, we saw the costs we received back from the competitive marketplace change from our current rate at the time of 10.6 cents to 22.5 cents, which is almost a doubling of the rate. The utility, again, has an obligation under state statute to provide default service as a safety net to its customers. We have an obligation to provide that service. If this bill were passed at the time, the law would have said, even though you have competitively sourced this product on behalf of your customers following state statute and PUC order, you are not allowed to recover your costs associated with that above the percentage of the federally set consumer price index. There would be a significant gap between the cost the utility incurred to provide default service and the cost that we were allowed to recover through rates. That is a taking. And the utility would go bankrupt. And certainly the state of New Hampshire has experience with this and its customers. This is not an area that we tread lightly on. This is significant legislation that we hope the committee takes very seriously. Many of the things that the bill sponsor said are factually incorrect about what this bill does, what the state of New Hampshire has control over in these areas, and the effects of this bill. Moving on to the other two parts of the bill. The first would prohibit any one entity from serving more than 50% of the market share of the state of New Hampshire. As Mr. Robert pointed out, the term market share is not defined, which is very important. Whether that means the geographic area of the state, whether that means the sales of electricity within the state, whether that means customer count in the state, and I would note that 2 of those 3 items do change over time. Finally, the bill directs the Attorney General to begin action against Eversource by name to, quote, restore market competition in New Hampshire. This appears to stem from the inaccurate understanding of utility distribution service. Utilities function as natural monopolies because it is less expensive for a single entity to provide a service in a specific area than it would be to have multiple entities providing that same service. In place of market competition, because of this, we are heavily regulated by by the Public Utilities Commission of the state. That is the entity that reviews all of our costs, expenses, capital investments to determine whether those were prudently incurred before setting the rate to recover those costs. The idea that a larger number of smaller utilities will drive market competition is incorrect. You would simply have a larger number of smaller utilities. The idea that a larger number of smaller utilities would reduce cost is unfounded as well. There are significant benefits from having efficiency of resources due to a larger utility that would be unrealized. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee to find this legislation inexpedient to legislate, and I would be very happy to answer any questions that I can from the committee.
Thank you for your important testimony. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said that you send out RFPs every 6 months to determine rates. Is there anything keeping you from sending them out more often than that?
Yes. The manner in which we procure default service is defined in PUC Order 26092, which is based upon RSA 374F:3C.
All right, thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you. I had the same question.
Great minds think alike, I guess. Any further questions for Mr. Licata? Seeing none, I thank you very much. And I call to the front of the room, Mr. Don Kreis from the Office of the Consumer Advocate, who will enlighten us as to why he supports this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to reintroduce myself briefly, I'm Donald Kreis, the Consumer Advocate. And as I think you all know by now, my job is to represent the interests of residential utility customers. I thought it would be useful to come to the defense of poor old Representative Horrigan, who I've never met before. I didn't recognize him till he walked into the room, and I didn't agree with the disparaging comment he made at the beginning of his presentation about Eversource or corporations in general. I don't think it's helpful to treat anyone or anything as if it's inherently evil, and I don't think corporations or Eversource are evil. But I have a lot of sympathy for the concern, or I'll just say I share the concern that drove him to introduce this bill. And here is why. I'm just going to rattle off a bunch of prices for you. Now, as you know, default energy service is the price that you pay for the electricity that comes out of your wires. And you pay that under the paradigm that was adopted by the legislature in 1996 of electric industry restructuring. And so I'm just going to rattle off the prices I know about. The New Hampshire Electric Co-op has what it calls co-op power. That's its default energy service. That's 13 cents a kilowatt hour. The Maine Public Utilities Commission, which is in charge of what they call standard offer in Maine, so they do the procurement and then they tell the utilities what to charge. The two prices they set for this year are, depending on which of the two big utilities you're a customer of, 16 cents or 17 cents a kilowatt hour. These are rounded off numbers. Eversource's price is 20 cents a kilowatt hour. Liberty Utilities' price is 22 cents a kilowatt hour. And Unitil's price is 26 cents per kilowatt hour. And that doesn't even take into account the other components of everybody's electric bills, meaning the separate charges that you pay for distribution service, the poles and wires, and the transmission grid, transmission service, which is high voltage. So electricity prices have shot through the roof, and we are in a state of crisis. People are suffering, and we have this one product, default energy service, that all of these utilities that each has been required to divest of their generation assets are going to the same market and buying. And yet the prices range from a low of 13 cents at the New Hampshire Electric Co-op all the way up to 26 cents at Unitil. I agree with Representative Horrigan that something is wrong, and it would be a good idea for the general court to figure out what's wrong and then try to fix it. Now, I do agree with my friends, Mr. Roberge and Mr. Licata, that we have a constitutional problem here. And as they've already explained to you, when you basically tell a utility that it is not allowed to recover its prudently incurred costs, what you have done in effect what you've effectively done is taken the shareholders' property and confiscated it and apportioned it to public use without just compensation. That violates the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and its state analog, and the industry term for that phenomenon is called confiscatory rates. That simply is not okay. We might want to do it, but if we tried it, not only would the utility go bankrupt, but it would file a lawsuit long before bankruptcy, and they would win in federal court. But I think it's an overstatement to say that there is nothing that can be done short of imposing confiscatory rates. This morning, you heard Commissioner Simpson of the PUC talk to you about natural monopoly. But the natural monopoly is not as pervasive and permanent as you might think it is. And I have an example, and this goes to the other part of this bill that talks about the monopoly nature of Eversource and its counterparts and their market share. I think it might be a good idea to go after their monopoly, but I wouldn't carve it up geographically. I would carve it up, I guess, functionally. And here's what I'm really thinking about. The natural monopoly in meters, if there ever was one, is crumbling. There is no reason why your local distribution company, whether it's Eversource, Unitil, Liberty, or the co-op, should have an absolute monopoly on the meters. Some of you might be old enough to remember when, in order to have a telephone, you had to rent a telephone from the local Bell Telephone Company. That was done in by the U.S. Justice Department in the 1980s, and it is time to do exactly the same thing with meters. There's just no reason why another company can't supply you with a utility-grade meter. And the reason the utilities don't want to do that, the reason Eversource, I think, doesn't want to do that, is because that surrenders a key part of the utility's hegemony. And Eversource has notably dragged its feet on deploying advanced metering infrastructure in this state. Yesterday over in the Senate, they took credit for the fact that they are now conducting a study of the feasibility of AMI deployment, advanced metering infrastructure deployment. Why are they doing that? Because I insisted that they do that as a condition of my signature on the settlement agreement that resolved their last rate case. But every other utility in the state is farther ahead than Eversource is on advanced metering infrastructure. That is a problem. This morning you heard from the PUC commissioners, and they talked about default service and what they're doing about it, and they mentioned that they have an open investigation. That's true. But we've known that this has been a crisis for over a year now, and so far nothing has happened. It appears that the PUC's attention was focused on the report that they just issued, which I think was intended to undermine the case for continuing to have ratepayer-funded energy and efficiency in New Hampshire. What they really should be focusing on is default energy service, because we need to change the way that we procure default energy service. And I think, since this is a public policy problem, it is a subject that is ripe for you, the General Court, to consider. And I have a modest proposal. I think it is time to do all of the default energy service procurement at the same time, essentially in the same room, much as they do in Maine, where the Maine PUC does it. Here in New Hampshire, we could have the State Department of Energy do it, and we could even completely change the paradigm, and instead of putting out requests for proposals, we could actually do a descending clock live auction, so that the bidders can kind of eyeball each other, and that might reduce the whopping big risk premium that we're all paying to compensate the wholesale suppliers for the uncertainty that they perceive in the market. I guess the last thing I want to say by way of my testimony today is that there actually is a case. It's Appeal of Public Service Company of New Hampshire. It's reported at page 13 of volume 141 of the New Hampshire Reporter. It was decided in 1996, and it says that electric utility franchises are not exclusive. Now, it would be ridiculously inefficient to build out redundant distribution systems in New Hampshire. That's why nobody wants to do it. But the utilities, even though they would like you to think that they have guaranteed cost recovery and an ironclad monopoly, neither of those things is true. The Constitution simply secures to the utilities a right for a reasonable opportunity to earn a reasonable return on their investment. It is not guaranteed, and it is theoretically possible for competitors to come in and actually challenge the distribution companies' monopolies. I think that is everything I wanted to cover. I promised I would do it in 4 minutes. I have a feeling I failed.
I wasn't timing you, but I have a feeling you failed as well. I'm going to ask you a question, though, about something that you did mention just a moment ago, and that was removing the monopoly on metering. If we did that, would we end up with a kind of a Wild West situation where we would have all kinds of different mismatched meters all over the place? And how would the utilities cope with that?
That's a really excellent question. So thank you for asking me that, Chairman Vose. And I think the answer is that I would not suggest that we open up the Wild West. It's important for every meter that's used for electric service be a so-called utility grade meter. So there are technical standards, because obviously we need our electric service to be accurately and properly metered. And it would be, I think, appropriate for the regulator, it would either here be the Department of Energy or the PUC, to actually scrutinize which specific meters are authorized for use in New Hampshire. And since you asked about this, one of the reasons for taking a look at the meter monopoly is the advent of electric vehicles, because electric vehicles are great grid resources, right? They're big batteries. They tend to sit in our driveways or parking garages for about 90+% of the time. And while they're idle, while we're not driving them, they are potential grid resources. And the auto manufacturers either are or can include utility grade meters right in the cars.
So to follow up on that question, would the purchase of a utility grade meter fall on the customer? And if it did, wouldn't that eliminate the buying power that a big organization like a utility could have to lower the cost of those meters?
Well, I thank you for that question too. And I think I have two different answers. I mean, my first plenary answer to almost every question I get is that at the end of the day, there's only one wallet in the room, and that is the wallet in the back pocket of the ratepayer. So no matter what we do in order to regulate energy, it's only customers who are going to pay all the costs eventually. Every company that provides any part of this service to customers is going to expect to recover its costs from those customers. But in response to your specific question, I'm not necessarily saying that the customer has to be the owner of the meter. I'm saying that we should give the customers choice. You might want to you might live in a community power aggregation community, and your community power aggregator, whether it's the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire or some other aggregator, it ought to be able to supply you with the meter. That's what I mean by the utility shouldn't have the monopoly. Maybe CPCNH has, I'm sure if you brought Cliff Below in here, he could tell you a great idea for how, his organization should deploy the meter, and they can use it to do all kinds of cool things that aren't provided by the utility, and then they can report the usage data reliably to the utility, and then either the coalition or the utility will render the bill so that the utility actually gets its money.
Thank you. And I want to apologize to the members of the committee. I violated one of our sacrosanct committee rules, which is to talk about things that are not directly related to the bill, which I just did. But it was such a fascinating question to me, I just had to ask it. But I will remind members that we're here to ask questions related to the bill. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, metering, although not part of the bill, is one of the issues that you brought up that needs to be addressed. And the implication of your discussion was that if we had utilities not owning the meters, we're going to get a reduction in cost. Yet you raised the costs, default costs of the three utilities. Eversource was lowest. Liberty and Utility were the highest. They're the ones that have the new technology in the meters. So how do you reconcile what seems to be your point with the facts?
Thank you, Representative. That's another really good question. And the answer is that the cost of the meters is not recovered through the default energy service charge. The utilities are recovering their metering costs in their distribution charges. So the fact that the companies are doing different things in the metering realm has no bearing on the costs that they're charging for default service. That's really a function of their interaction with the wholesale market. And so the reason, for example, the electric co-op has advanced metering, they led the way with advanced metering infrastructure in New Hampshire, but that's not the reason their price is low. The reason their price is low is that they are actively managing their default energy service portfolio. And you heard the word laddering this morning. That's a big part of what that kind of active management entails. I hope that was an adequate answer, but you're about to ask a follow-up, so maybe it wasn't.
Follow-up.
Follow-up, because it goes to what you just said. The co-op is allowed to ladder, yet you heard Mr. Licata say that the utilities are not allowed to do that. They are required by PUC regulation and I heard statute. I didn't realize that order came out of the statute. But if that is indeed the case, what you're proposing is not possible.
Well, I want to give Eversource its due here because, first of all, the statute, RSA 374F, does not require a particular method of procurement. The method of procurement that the utilities are now required to use was imposed on them by PUC order. And this is no criticism of the three commissioners who were here this morning. This happened way before they appeared on the scene, at least way before they became commissioners. And so the previous PUC, actually several PUCs ago, told Eversource over its objection, I think the record will show, that it had to do its procurement this way. They wanted to be a more vigilant market player, and they were told they couldn't. So if you want to blame somebody, it's the old PUC. And that has the advantage of being nobody that we're able to criticize now here right in the room.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I want to maybe get back to the default service rate. I'm not sure I'm going to with this question, but you mentioned a risk premium that ratepayers are paying. Is that something that is built in to the default service rate by the utilities, or is that, where does that risk premium come from?
That risk premium is embedded in the bids that wholesale suppliers provide to the utilities in response to their RFPs every 6 months. Because really what restructuring does is it takes a pile of risk and it reallocates it, takes it off the back of ratepayers essentially, and puts it on the back of these competitive wholesale suppliers. And in order to agree to take on the risk, they include a premium in the bids that they make.
Follow up, if I may? Follow up. Is that risk premium differ according to the utilities, or is that something determined by the PUC?
The PUC doesn't determine the risk premium. That is entirely up to the bidders. And remember, what we're talking about here is a market process, right? It's a competitive bidding process. So nobody but the bidders knows how they decided on what their bids would be. I mean, I see some confidential information about the bids. They're a little more granular than gets talked about here because they actually propose a series of monthly prices that are then aggregated. And you can see that, you know, the different bidders have different ideas of what the right monthly price is. And that reflects their prognostications about what's going to happen in the electric market in the 6 months covered by their bids. And they also have to worry about default energy service migration, because people have the right to go away, leave default service, and either go on competitive supply, or if they're in a community power aggregation community, they have the right to participate in their community power aggregation. That is another form of risk to these wholesale suppliers.
Okay. Before I call on Representative Munns for another question, I'm going to make an announcement that I think all the members will be interested in hearing. This announcement comes from the Speaker's office. Due to the severe weather we are currently experiencing, Speaker Packard is recommending that legislators who are parked at the Storrs Street garage park closer to the State House and the LOB before the temperature drops further and the wind picks up. If you are parked at the Storrs Street garage today, please feel free to take a break at your convenience to go move your car closer. We currently have space in the upper LOB garage, which is accessible via Capitol Street, and in various street spaces around the complex, which are identified by the yellow legislative bags. Protective Services can assist you in finding a space if you have any trouble. So this is a service that the Speaker's office is offering to members. Feel free, if you want, to get up and leave and go get your car and move it closer. We will be here quite late tonight. We have an executive session starting at 4 o'clock. We have five bills rather on the schedule, and a potential sixth bill might be added. So we could be here till 6 o'clock. And I don't know what the weather will be like at 6 o'clock, but apparently it's going to be bad.
-3.
So that offer has been made. Feel free to use your own judgment to decide whether to take advantage of it or not. Okay, now, Representative Munns, let's try to make this the last question on this bill, or for this testifier, because we have 3 more people who want to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a wonderful follow-up to Chairman Voss's question about meters, but in deference to the rules, I'm not going to ask that one. My question hopefully is pretty straightforward. If we wanted, the legislature wanted to enable Eversource to go out for bids on a more frequent basis than every 6 months, would we need to amend RSA 374F?
My answer is that is likely the place where you would want to insert language to that effect, yes. You wouldn't need to amend, because right now the PUC has the authority to tell the utilities to do that. And I think that's the nature of their investigation. But, you know, I'm frustrated because there's a lot of delay here. Nothing has happened yet. The next procurement period is looming upon us because those RFPs have to go out really just a few weeks from now. And so we're not going to change anything in connection with the next 6 months. So we're really not looking at any change until next February, a year from now. I'm frustrated. And so that's why I'm suggesting that the legislature maybe actually do something like what you are at least implying you could do.
Just a quick follow-up.
Quick follow-up.
So if we don't necessarily have to amend that RSA, what do we need to do then need to change the powers or authorizations that the PUC has?
You could do it any number of ways. I think the recommendation I would make if I were to put my drafting cap on would be to insert some language in RSA 374F that tells the PUC, here is how we, the general court, want the utilities to do this. I think it is an occasion for a rather muscular muscular exercise of public policy authority by the legislature.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to move on at this point. So I'm going to ask for the next presenter to come forward, and that's Kristen Koch from the Business and Industry Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Don. Always a pleasure to have you here. Now, Kristen, I've known a lot of people who had the last name Koch in my lifetime. Some people pronounce it Koch, some people pronounce it Koch. What's your preferred pronunciation?
I pronounce it Koch.
Koch. Okay, thank you. I apologize for missing that the first time.
Oh, that's okay. Well, if you ask my German relatives, they would pronounce it differently too. So.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. So for the record, my name is Kirsten Koch, Director of Public Policy for the Business and Industry Association, also known as BIA. Come before you today to register BIA's opposition to House Bill 633. And we oppose this bill for 3 reasons. First reason is because it would constitute an unconstitutional taking of a private company's property without just compensation. I think the previous speakers have touched on that and elaborated brilliantly, so I will keep it brief. Our second concern with the bill is that it directs the Attorney General to take legal action against a specifically named private company that's in good standing in the state of New Hampshire. And we believe this bill is a deliberate attempt to intervene in the judicial process. It sets this broad and damaging precedent, undermining the rights and liberties of New Hampshire businesses. It's really a red flag for the business community that, you know, a piece of legislation can just direct judicial action. And our third concern is that mandating a customer cap for an electric distribution company would not necessarily lower costs for ratepayers. You know, each utility has their own designated service company. They don't compete with each other in this way. So there's no evidence that a greater number of smaller utilities would necessarily lower costs for ratepayers. We would respectfully ask the committee to find House Bill 633 inexpedient to legislate as it here. So thank you, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I thank you for presenting us with your testimony.
Thank you.
And thank you for providing written testimony as well. Appreciate that. Next up, I'll call on Wendy Hunt from the Nashua Chamber of Commerce, and I believe she may have left. She had to step away, so we'll hold on to that one for a second. She did submit written testimony. Each of you should have a copy of her written testimony.
Mailed us hers. She gave us one from Manchester and Nashua, and then she mailed hers.
Well, she represents the Nashua Chamber. Is this not her testimony then from the Nashua Chamber?
That's what she told me when she handed it to me.
She signed it. She's the president and CEO. So, okay. All right. We got that. So next up is Bill Hall from Durham, who's representing himself, and he opposes this bill.
Am we recognized? Chairman Voss.
I do. Okay. Yes, I oppose the bill for many of the reasons stated here today, and so I won't go into them. One thing I did observe after being an electrician for 40 years, the meters have a number of roles, and it's very important for the power company to own for a power company to own the meter, own the socket, and own the wire down to it. You'll sometimes see multimeter places where there's a stainless steel ring around the meter with a special lock. There are all kinds of reasons, administrative reasons for that. I didn't want to get into that, though. I'm going in a slightly different direction, and I'll try to be very brief. All of the things that have been discussed here are on one side of the issue. There's another side of the issue of getting the power here. And this last summer, the governors of all the New England states, all 6 of them, had a meeting. And they came up with 2 pages of recommendations, and they sent it to the Secretary of Energy with all their signatures and a couple of points about how to keep the prices low. Now, this one, they saw this coming. This is dated July. They got back a return from the Secretary of Energy, which is, in my opinion, 2.5 pages of nonsense. They have no intention of helping us whatsoever. And I defy you in the last 6 months to point out how people in Washington have helped us. The result of that letter, on October 27th, Eversource sent a letter, the head of Eversource for New England. A very good letter. And in it, he describes how to keep the electric rates down. None of this nonsense between how they bid it or anything else, which is very important. And some of the things that were said here have really have to be borne out, really have to take a look at. But what Nolan said was 4 bullet points. This one on page 2. 3 more bullet points on page 3. He sent it to the President of the United States, and this is his distribution list. Every single legislator in this state should be demanding action on this. The other 5 states and our delegation, as far as I can tell, our delegation in Washington hasn't lifted a finger to help the people that elected them, with the people that pay for these rates with their wallet in their back pocket. Oh, and by the way, we've got to take this seriously because remember, the legislature 4 years ago bankrupted the public service over the Seabrook nuclear plant. Notice the Seabrook nuclear plant has been the most productive plant of any nuclear plant in this country, probably the world. 2, it cost twice as much because we got 1 plant, but we paid for 2. All the infrastructure for the second plant and all the equipment showed up in Seabrook. We just didn't put it all together and get power from it. So our electric rates went to the highest in not only New England, but all of the associated states, particularly Long Island, New York. And it was a rather painful experience. And so I don't want to see the legislature going down the road of where they're going to start doing things that could be not in the best interest of public service. One last thing. In my area, public service has done a wonderful job of upgrading their lines, putting in Hendrix cable, the transformer in Madbury, the lines to it. They've done a lot of work. The one thing that needs some attention, possibly legislative attention, is to make sure that towns are not difficult about the trimming. The power company has to go on scenic roads, has to go to the planning board, which they did in Durham. A friend of mine in Durham Point, he was 90, and I went, and we got a unanimous vote out of the planning board to do the cutting on Durham Point Road. They started cutting. The administrator unilaterally sent him home. He doesn't have the authority to do that. That's state statute. That's by the planning board. Recently, he was on Channel 9, and he said there were 50 line trucks in Durham, and half the town was without power because the branches were coming down on the wires. So that is an area that needs attention. The power company has now spending $50 million a year and 100 tree crews to try to keep this from happening. If they start getting hit financially, these are the things that are going to be hurt, was the trimming and the upgrades. Thank you, Mr. Voss.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hall. Do we have any questions for Mr. Hall? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here, making the trek over from Durham. We appreciate your presence. I have no other pink cards except for that by Miss Wendy Hunt, but apparently she's not going to make it back, so we're going to forego her opportunity to speak. Is there anyone else who is in the audience who has not had a chance to speak, who would like to speak on this bill? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 633 and ask Representative Ploget to give us a report on the blue sheet.
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. House Bill 633 FN. Blue sheet was none in favor, 4 opposed. Online, there was 33 in support, 59 opposed, 1 neutral. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me get a sense from the committee. How many people would like to take a break so you can go get your car and move it closer? 3. Okay, I will open the public hearing on House Bill 139 and call a break for 15 minutes. I think that would be enough.
Run fast.
Okay. You'd be better off to run anyway because you can generate some heat that way. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
There's a bill over in the Senate that I think is a better deal. That's smart. That's good. Fixing it. That's good. This bill's here.
1 minute. All right, I'd like to resume the public hearing on HB 139, and I would like to introduce Representative Thomas Corman, who will introduce the bill for the prime sponsor, Representative Jackie Chrétien, who is still recovering from a broken ankle, I suspect. So Representative Corman, please introduce this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Thomas Corman, representative from Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the City of Lebanon. And yes, I am filling in for Representative Chrétien, who unfortunately can't be here. So this is about HB 139. This is a bill intended to address oversights in HB 315 from last session, amending RSA 362A, specifically Section 1A. And there are two changes that this bill would do. The first is allowing neighboring municipalities to share projects under net metering, so that if two towns or more than two towns or municipalities wish to collaborate on a project that has net metering, they can. You can imagine a situation where you have a large municipality that would have a high electric load, but maybe little space in which to put something like a solar array, wants to put one, and there's a neighboring municipality with a lower population, a lower load, but has space. The idea is that they could actually combine forces and have be one municipal host together. The bill also clarifies that the entire state of New Hampshire, housing authorities, Ps, and quasi-public entities such as public colleges, universities, or community colleges are considered political subdivisions for the purpose of eligibility for these net metered energy projects under the 5 megawatt cap. Now, it turns out that a bill clarifying what a municipal host is was introduced last session as SB 259. It was bipartisan in both the House and Senate. It had 11 Senate sponsors. The primary Senate sponsor was a Republican, and it passed the Senate. There was an interim study, and somehow it died after that. I wasn't here, so I don't know the particulars of it. That's really all I have to say, but I also want to head off one question that might come up, which is when we look at the bill, what the bill is doing is it's striking text in lines 6, 7, and 8, this parenthetical line, a municipal host shall be located in the same municipality as all group members if the facility began operation after January 1, 2021. And I actually asked Representative Chrétien, do you know why that was in there? And she did not, and I don't know why that would have been in there, but it seems like it makes sense to remove it. And with that, I'm ready to attempt to answer questions.
Representative Bernardi will give you a question, so you can attempt to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill, I think, suffers from one of the same questions I had last year, is defining what a qualified housing authority is, because that could be almost anything. And even more broadly, what is a quasi-public entity? I think these terms being undefined is a major defect in this bill, and I'd like explanation of how we deal with that.
Thank you, Representative Bernardi. So as I mentioned, examples of quasi-public entities would be things like public colleges, universities, community colleges. So entities that are run under the aegis of some public authority, but aren't necessarily a city or a town or an agency thereof.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So agreed last year, that was a similar comment, yet definitionally it was not in the proposal, and therefore legally someone trying to apply this law could come up with their own definition of whatever they thought these were. So that I see that as a defect. How would you correct this?
Thank you. I'll make note of that for possible amendment. I would discuss it with Representative Chrétien.
Thank you.
Further questions for Representative Corman? Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you. You just defined quasi-public. Do you have a definition for housing authority?
Do I have a definition for housing authority? I do not.
Okay.
That's not really my area of expertise.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Nodder has made some hot chocolate, and particularly those of you who recently were in the cold, if you would like some hot chocolate, please avail yourself before it gets cold. And we thank Representative Nodder for being so thoughtful to all of us.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Munns.
I do have to ask, will we be given special dispensation, regarding the rule of no open containers on our desk?
Yes, we're going to make an exception due to the weather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want some? While everyone is availing themselves of the hot chocolate, I will just mention that you, Representative Corman, questioned the parenthetical phrase that's in the legislation, and the phrase was subsequently stricken by this proposed legislation. The reason it was put in there was to prevent an expansion of net metering facilities across the state. It was felt at the time that the legislation was originally written that the expansion of net metering needs to be very carefully managed. And by allowing municipalities to cross municipal lines, it could accelerate the expansion of net metering too quickly, which would be detrimental to ratepayers long term. So that's the reason it was put into the legislation to begin with.
Thank you, Chairman Bose. I would note, though, of course, that there's still the 5 megawatt cap per municipal host, even with that sentence struck.
Maybe I didn't explain it adequately. So yes, there is a 5 megawatt cap. But by restricting it to the municipal host to the single municipality, it would restrict the number of towns that could expand to 5 megawatts. So in that way, it prevents a rapid proliferation of net metering, which could be detrimental to ratepayers. Okay, do we have any further questions?
If I may.
Yes.
It's unclear entirely how detrimental net metering is to ratepayers. There are certainly some places where it's an advantage in that it's the electricity is now being produced closer to where it's being used, and that cuts down distribution and transmission costs. And of course, we're all interested in having the electricity produced as locally as possible.
Well, the recently completed Value of Distributed Energy Resources study indicated that 1 to 1.5% of costs for net metering are shifted to non-net metering customers. And other studies have shown that that relatively low percentage is the direct result of a relatively low penetration of solar within the electricity marketplace. As that penetration grows, so does the percentage of cost shifting. And some studies have shown that, for example, once solar gets up to be 15 or 20% penetration in the grid, the cost shifting would be comparable. And that's a burden that we want to make sure we manage very, very carefully so that ratepayers are not unduly burdened in the future. You have to remember that people at the lowest end of the income scale are hurt more than anybody else by an increasing cost of energy. As much as 40% of a low-income person's income goes to pay for electricity, heat, and transportation fuel. So it's incumbent upon us as legislators, as we try to deal with these issues, to make sure we don't hurt the most vulnerable of our constituents. We have to manage the growth of these programs very, very prudently. Okay. Seeing no further questions for Representative Corman, I'll call the next person who would like to give us some testimony on this bill, and that's the Department of Energy's Griffin Roberge. Mr. Roberge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Griffin Roberge again from New Hampshire Department of Energy. I'm the State Energy Program Manager. The department is respectfully opposed to House Bill 139 as introduced. The bill does, as Representative Corman indicated, makes changes to the municipal host statute. As folks on this committee might know, the statute permits a customer generator or a municipal host of more than 1 megawatt but less than 5 to serve as a group host for a variety of members that consist exclusively of political subdivisions. The term political subdivision is defined on lines 9 to 12, and municipal hosts themselves may be publicly or privately owned. As I referenced, political subdivision is defined as the state of New Hampshire or any city, town, county, school district, chartered public school, etc. The statute obviously was created under House Bill 315 in 2021 and was modified by House Bill 1258 last year to include the state of New Hampshire as a political subdivision. House Bill 139 proposes to remove language on lines 6 to 8 that require a municipal host to be located in the same municipality as all of its group members if that facility began operation after January 1 of 21. In essence, this change, as is proposed in the bill, would allow for new constructed generation serving as a municipal host to have group members outside of the same municipality as the host. So, an example, you got a 3 megawatt array in Bow, they could potentially take on group members in neighboring communities, provided obviously that they're all within the same franchise territory. As we noted on House Bill 161, we do want to stress to policymakers that sizable changes to net metering statute may not be warranted at this time, as the PUC currently has an ongoing docket under DE 22-060 to consider changes to the current net metering tariff structure, including compensation to customer generators. We, again, would suggest that policymakers let this process and the docket play out through a full adjudication with interested stakeholders before making any substantial changes to the state's net metering statute. Further down below, the bolded language on lines 10 to 11, it expands the eligible entities who could be considered political subdivisions or group members, again, under the statute. As it did last year, DOE does want to express concern with the use of the phrase quasi-public entity. The phrase is not defined anywhere in statute, and it could certainly confusion to the department as we review municipal host applications to the department, which we have to approve. Further clarity, I think, would be needed there. You know, is the entity receiving public funding? Is it privately owned but serving a public purpose? You know, in that, different parties could make different arguments as to what quasi-public entity means. Some other considerations is housing authorities, and I have to fall on the sword here. I just did a quick Google search back in the room looking for the number of housing authorities this bill might apply to. The number I came to was 17, but I may be off on that. And then the other thing I wanted to raise is it's my understanding, and I certainly welcome any feedback from anybody who lives in the Seacoast area. Pease Development Authority, I believe, stretches across the municipal boundaries in both Portsmouth and Newington. Okay. Noted. So if that's the case, obviously, if the language on lines 6 to 8 were to go forward along with Pease Development Authority, I imagine that there would be an accommodation for for political subdivisions to cross those boundaries between Portsmouth and Newington. However, if line 6 to 8, that deletion on line 6 to 8 does not occur and Pease Development Authority is retained in there, that would likely create a little bit of conflict, again, because you have stretching across Portsmouth and Newington. Beyond that, that really concludes my testimony. Oh, and for context, as I mentioned, municipal hosts need to be registered with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Since the bill passed, there are 10 registered municipal hosts in the state. And I'm happy to take any questions that folks have.
Excellent testimony. Questions? Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that the PUC is going to be creating a report or a decision on this. Can you tell me when that is expected?
Sure, and thank you for the question. I believe the PUC released an order or a notice the other day, kind of outlining their schedule as to the various events that will occur in their adjudicative proceeding. I can certainly follow up with the committee on that. I don't recall the dates off the top of my head.
Follow up.
Follow up.
But yet you're asking the legislative body to hold off on any kind of a decision or action.
Sure, and thank you for the question. So obviously policymakers can do as they wish. Obviously, if committee members or policymakers feel that this bill should go forward as is, that is their prerogative, obviously. It's just we would respectfully just urge policymakers to consider letting that process play out before making changes to net metering statute.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Yeah, thanks for taking my, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm just a little bit curious about the difference between the geographic range of municipal hosts and the argument that would increase the penetration of say solar into our power system. I mean, how is that possible if it's a 5 megawatt cap? I'm just kind of returning to the point that the representative was making.
Sure, and thank you for the question. I think the language on lines 6 to 8 indicate that a municipal host shall be located in the same municipality as all group members if the facility began operation after January 1 of 2021. So under the current statute, all unless your facility, if your facility began operation after that date, you can only serve group members within the context of your municipality. So if I'm a municipal host and I'm in Bow, I can only serve group members if they're located within the municipality of Bow. You might have had more legacy, I guess you could say, customer generators such as hydro facilities who existed well before January 1 of 2021, who under the current language have the ability to serve members outside of municipal boundaries. The department was not in creation around the time that this bill came about, but it is my understanding that the language on lines 6 to 8 were meant to be somewhat of a limitation pending the outcome of the VDER study in the PUC's adjudicative proceedings. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for trying to help us understand all this. I may have read this incorrectly, which is entirely possible. But as I understood it, what we were trying to do here was provide a group, say the city of Manchester, who wants to have a net metering facility but doesn't have the land in their town, in their city, to place that facility someplace outside of their town, make it, excuse me, rent the land, enter into a contractual arrangement, and have the facility be there. But it would still only provide support to the people that are part of that group.
Sure.
It's not trying to expand the group. It's just trying to give municipal or give groups the opportunity to give them more flexibility in where they can locate the host.
Sure. So thank you for the question. I'll unpack that a little bit. So in regards to the Manchester example, under the 10 that are registered in the state, Manchester does have a municipal host registered in the state, as well as Milton, Berlin, Gorham, Hillsborough, Canaan, Boscawen, Hooksett, Pennacook, and Durham. I think the easiest way to kind of view the statute is when the municipal host became active. Was it before January 1 of 2021 or after January of 2021? If you became in operation before then, you have the ability to reach out to group members outside of your municipal boundaries. If you come into operation after 2021, after January of 2021, the language, I would agree, is limiting in a way, but it requires that if you're a municipal host and you become an operation after January of 2021, you can only serve members within the immediate boundaries of the municipality that the host operates in. So again, citing, say, Manchester as an example, and don't write this down or anything like that. I have to do further specificity on who their exact members are. But hypothetically, if Manchester has, say, a hydro facility that existed prior to January of 2021, they could have group members that are in municipalities outside of the immediate Manchester boundaries. If it was a solar array that came into operation in Manchester after January of 2021, it could only serve group members within Manchester itself. I hope that makes sense.
That makes sense, but I don't think that was where I was going with this. And again, I may be misinterpreting this, but you keep talking about being able to bring in more members.
Yep.
Surrounding cities and towns surrounding Manchester. Yep. My understanding was that what we were trying to do was just allow a group that already exists with with a defined number of members, the ability to locate their facility outside of the confines of the groups or the groups that are part of the towns that are part of the group.
Okay. Now I'm sorry. I think I did misunderstand your question, so I apologize for that. But
right.
I guess I would agree that that's maybe the legislative intent here in this language is to allow maybe more easier siting for, say, solar arrays that are looking to come into operation now. I would agree that's probably the thrust of this language, at least from the department's perspective, is that we would respectfully view that as a sizable change to the statute, and we'd encourage policymakers to consider letting the adjudicative proceeding work out before making this step.
I ask one more follow-up? It's okay.
If we have time after I ask my question. So I have a question as well. Oh, and I just received another pink card, so we're going to have one more individual who wants to speak on this bill. My question is, isn't political subdivision a fairly well-defined term within the legislative realm?
I would agree with that sentiment, as political subdivision within the context of this statute is defined on lines 9 to 12 in the bill.
So the dictionary defines political as relating to the government or the public affairs of a country, relating to the ideas or strategies of a particular party or group in politics, or interested in or active in politics. that would seem to preclude housing authorities, quasi-public entities, the Pease Development Authority. It's hard to imagine how those could be considered to be public subdivisions. Now, I understand that you can define it to be whatever you want it to be, but there's what you can do and what you should do. And redefining words and their meaning can have unintended consequences. Political subdivision is a term that's used in a lot of different places in legislation. If we redefine it here, could that have an unintended consequence to legislation elsewhere?
Thank you for the question. I'm not entirely I understand what you're asking, but I would just note that obviously for the purposes of just this statute, the municipal host statute, the term political subdivision is defined just for this statute. Whether or not the committee wishes to open up what political subdivision means to include other entities that might not necessarily be viewed through the lens of a political subdivision, such as private companies or quasi-public entities, housing authorities, big box stores, what have you. That's obviously a prerogative for the legislature to make. But over time, if certain changes are made and we continue adding, different entities within the definition of political subdivision, I would admit an argument could be made that it is warping the definition of what a political subdivision is.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further question, oh, you did have one more question, no? Okay, seeing no further questions, then we do have one additional person who would like to testify on this bill, and that is Clark Fenner, representing Synergy Solar of Rye. So welcome, Mr. Fenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I wanted to address specifically regarding this bill, lines 6 through 8, which are related to the removal of the statement of restricting the municipality to only serve members within the boundaries of that municipality. There's two things that I wanted to comment regarding your statement that was put in there specifically to restrict the explosive growth of solar within the state, thus affecting the ratepayers. There's two things that come to mind here. One is the fact that there are, even with 5 megawatts as a limit, the ability to interconnect a solar project into the grid is a complex entity. It's a complex effort. The original grid was designed for centralized generation sent out to substations through transmission and then local distribution. That concept and the way that the grid was designed, particularly in New Hampshire, is such that distributed generation is a difficult thing to accomplish on an economic basis for solar projects. The ability to interconnect a 1 megawatt net metered project now, and we've done a number of them throughout the state over the past 4 or 5 years. The cost of interconnection continues to go up, particularly with inflation, cost of diesel. The cost of the interconnection equipment has skyrocketed and increased the cost to build these projects by between 40 to 70%, depending on what interconnection issues are required. That being the way it is, even with 5 megawatt projects, you can't see explosive growth just due to interconnection cost issues. The grid is just not designed for it. We have to go through a process, which we uncover these costs that end up being anywhere from $200,000 to $1 million, which kills projects. And this happens on a regular basis. Relative to the language about keeping all members of a municipal project within the boundaries of a given municipality, when this was originally conceived of, it goes back to when there was a general 5 megawatt increase that was contemplated. It was passed on a bipartisan basis by the House Republicans, Senate Republicans, and Democrats, and vetoed by the governor twice. Ultimately, the governor agreed based on pressure from 12 mayors throughout the state. He agreed that, okay, you guys want this, we'll allow for the expansion of 5 megawatts for municipalities, hence the creation of this. In reality, what's happened is that this bill supports about 5 municipalities here in the state with that statement in there. The load that was talked about, only the largest cities within the state have got the load that can satisfy a 5 megawatt project or even smaller within their boundaries. And those cities are Manchester, Concord, Nashua, possibly Portsmouth, maybe Franklin. All the rest of them are excluded from this bill. And I don't believe that's what the governor or all the other mayors had intended. It should be an equitable application across the state. By removing that statement, the lines of 6 through 8, now you can apply it across the state. Because as was pointed out before, you've got certain states that are up in the mountains. They don't have the landscape that is solar capable. Too much shading, too many wetlands, mountainous, etc. You could never site any solar there if you wanted to. However, next to them may be a municipality, a smaller one, maybe several of them, which have got some land, would love to produce it. They have no load. So I've got to spread that load around. A good example, we're doing a project on a landfill in Laconia. Getting ready to go. It's only 3 megawatts. Laconia is not a small city, and we are struggling to sign up enough offtake from within that municipality to satisfy that project. And the city really wants it. And it's a Republican city. So when you look at the application of this across the state and the fairness to the smaller communities, as well as that have got the land but no load, and as was pointed out, you've got other municipalities that have got the load but no land, this allows for an equitable application. And again, you've got the limiting issue as far as explosive growth relative to just the interconnection issue itself. To give you an example, in the state of Maine, that fought net metering for years under Governor LePage. Once Governor Mills was elected, there was a land rush up there. Everybody looked at it, farmland, lots of what appeared to be distribution lines. They received over 2 gigawatts of applications. And you're going to be lucky to see maybe 800 megawatts get interconnected up there. Strictly an interconnection issue. Projects applied, particularly 5 megawatt projects applied. They were doing cluster studies to determine, can the transmission system handle it? Transmission system can't handle it. If these guys want to build these projects, they're looking at individual interconnection charges just for transmission upgrades of between $5 and $6 million, and these upgrades taking between 5 and 7 years. Those projects are dead. So I think a lot of the fear mongering about the state being covered in solar panels and destroying the landscape of the state is unfounded. It's not based in reality. And as much as, and the fact is that we've got utilities that aren't terribly friendly to the effort either. But the functioning of actually getting these accomplished, it's expensive, it's time consuming. And I think that between, as I mentioned, the cost of interconnection and the application of this particular bill on an equitable basis across all municipalities, not just 5, is something that should be considered. And that's why I do support this, because I believe that it's fair. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask you a couple of questions to help me understand this issue thoroughly? If a given municipality can't support 5 megawatts of load, why can't they just build a smaller system? or 1 megawatt or 1.5 or whatever?
Thank you for the question. It's a very good one. A 1 megawatt system costs the same to interconnect as a 5 megawatt system. And the cost of that interconnection, as I mentioned, is just continuing to skyrocket to the point where 1 megawatt projects are becoming uneconomic to even build.
I know we're not supposed to debate people when they speak to us, but my follow-up question would be, how can it be possible for a 5 megawatt system, which requires 25 acres of land, to cost the same as a 1 megawatt system, which only requires 5 acres of land? There's a 20-acre difference there. And as we all know, land is expensive. How could you make the claim that they both cost the same?
Thank you for the question. And it's not the functioning of the project itself, the land cost, et cetera, because the land itself, these generally get paid a lease rate that's based on output of the project, how much revenue it generates. One of the largest expenses that we incur when we're building these is not it's the actual interconnection equipment, line upgrades, et cetera, in some cases substation upgrades necessary to interconnect any power to a substation, which was never designed to take any power into it. The initial grid was designed for the power to flow out in one direction. Now that power has got to flow in two directions. And so the fuses, what are known as reclosers, the air brake switches, et cetera, all of that between the site of the project and the substation at least have got to be replaced. And depending on how far from the substation it is, the cost of that can run into the millions of dollars. And when you're looking at the amount of power and revenue that's generated by a 1 megawatt project versus that which is generated by a 5 megawatt project, you got 5 times the revenue to amortize that cost over versus just one time. So depending on the cost of that, you can completely be eliminated from doing a project at 1 megawatt, whereas if you're generating 5 times the revenue, and we've got, from a solar net metering standpoint, we've got low revenue coming into these projects in New Hampshire compared to, say, Massachusetts. That's a whole different animal. But it's purely that issue. It's a revenue recognition issue, 5 megawatts versus 1, whereas your cost to interconnection is fixed.
It's a good explanation. Thank you. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm following this interconnection issue. That you're saying that's the big driver of cost here.
Yes, it is.
So the example you gave of 4 or 5 communities that may have population density but not the land and vice versa. Tease that out a little bit for me on the interconnection now, because it seems the same interconnection issue applies. So how's that work?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I may have convoluted 2 different issues there. The issue regarding sharing effectively municipal load amongst multiple communities for a single project. For instance, the one I stated, which was Laconia, and if we had the ability to go out to Meredith and Gilmanton and other surrounding towns that would like to say that we're getting our power effectively from the Laconia landfill project, they would be able to do that, and they would have a desire to do that. The issue about interconnection cost is strictly a 1 to 5 megawatt issue. It doesn't have anything to do with the municipal spreading of the load amongst multiple communities.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
As someone who serves on a planning board and deals constantly with land use issues and disputes, if one of these projects was to span municipal boundaries, would that open the door to political disputes between the governing bodies of the respective towns over ownership of the project, the provision of benefits of the project, land use jurisdiction over the project, et cetera?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I think that I haven't seen that issue coming up of having a single project span multiple municipal boundaries. We try to avoid that completely. In fact, even when we have a single project where the land may be owned by or maybe subdivided into multiple parcels and usually owned by the same entity, what we'll generally do is go through a lot line adjustment so that the project remains on a single parcel of land, and in this case, within a single municipality. So I don't see that. I understand the issue relative to Peace Development Authority, where you may be spanning Portsmouth and Newington, and that's a good question, and I'm not probably the person to answer that.
Saw a hand up over to Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and presenting. You mentioned that there are currently 5 cities or 5 municipalities that are capable of taking advantage of the law as it now stands. So that would be a total 25 megawatts of solar.
If
roughly.
If there was only, in terms of the amount of load, we'd have to, when we get involved in analyzing a given project and what the municipality can actually handle before we design the system. We went through this with, as I said, with Laconia, where we had to be very cognizant about how much load can they actually take or present and subscribe to the project so that we don't overbuild it.
Right.
And so we have to go through their last 3 years of power usage and take into account, in this particular case, the COVID years, which was power usage was down, and we had to balance it out such that we knew that we could estimate over the next 10 to 20 years that we would still be able to maintain that municipal load specific for that project. And, you know, you've got cities that are going through energy efficiency programs, trying to reduce their power load. They may be using so much today, but maybe a little bit later they're going to be using less, but they're going to be expanding the school system, so possibly it's going to go up. There's a lot of moving parts.
So my question is, if this,
You need a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess it's a follow-up. If we did pass this bill, do you have an estimation of how many more projects would be viable in New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question. I don't have that number. That would take some research.
Okay, in addition to the fact that it was mentioned earlier that there is a net metering docket that's in process, and we've been advised to wait until that's finished. It should be also noted that there is also an interconnection study docket that's in process. We should probably wait until that's completed as well. All right, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Mr. Fenner, for being here. Appreciated your insights and your information.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
And having no more pink cards on this bill, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 139. And I will then yield the gavel to Representative Thomas, since I am the prime sponsor of the next bill. So Representative Thomas, take over and open the public hearing on HB 219.
Representative Plotier, do you have the blue sheet for the previous bill?
Yes, thank you. House Bill 139, the blue sheet, there was 2 in favor, none opposed. Online, there was 106 in favor, 3 opposed, No neutrals.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up public hearing on HB 219, I believe. Yes, 219. And our prime sponsor, Representative Vose, ready to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Representative Michael Vose, representing Rockingham District 5, the town of Epping, serve as chair of this committee. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 219 FN, which is a bill that repeals or moves several RSA chapters no longer associated with administration by the Department of Energy of the Public Utilities Commission or the Public Utilities Commission, and establishes a legislative committee to examine other statutory provisions. I filed this bill on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. They sent me a relatively extensive list of RSAs which they feel are no longer under their purview. A fun fact about the Public Utilities Commission, back in the 1880s and the 1890s, the PUC regulated railroads in the state of New Hampshire. There were no electric utilities back then. There were some telegraph lines, but mostly there were railroads. And so the PUC was fairly heavily involved with regulating railroads back then. Well, they no longer regulate railroads. And as all of you will recall, 2 years ago, the Public Utilities Commission was broken up into a much smaller PUC, as we learned this morning, and a Department of Energy. And after that breakup happened, it was necessary for both organizations to develop rules for the operation of their respective regulatory regimes. And during the course of examining and planning the process of rewriting rules, the PUC discovered that they had a whole bunch of statutory obligations that they really shouldn't have. So they asked me to file this bill to repeal numerous pieces of existing legislation. So I sent the list to the Office of Legislative Services, and the drafting attorney who began work on the bill contacted me and he said, "Are you sure you want to repeal all these? Because some of them look like they might still need to stay in existence. However, they may need to be transferred from the Public Utilities Commission to the Department of Transportation or possibly the Department of Safety." So he and I went through the list and we identified what we thought were likely candidates for repeal. And then at his suggestion, at the end of this bill, on page 4, section 4, page 9, line 15, you'll notice that the bill creates a study committee, and the study committee is charged with examining several other potential RSAs to see if they should be either deleted, repealed, or reassigned. So the study committee is part of this bill. Now, since that time, I've been contacted by a variety of sources, and I've been told that if you look at the first page of the bill, lines 1 through 16, numerous RSAs are listed as being repealed. RSA 372 is about laying out railroads. RSA 373 is about crossings, stations, fences, cattle guards, bridges, and bridge guards. RSA 380 is about railroads and fire damage and prevention. RSA 228 is about railroad police. And RSA 382 is about maintenance of parks by railroads and bus lines. I've been advised, and I think you'll hear people testify after me, that these particular RSAs should probably not be repealed, but instead should be reassigned or redrafted to be part of a different department, the responsibility of a different department for regulation. So it's very likely that we'll need an amendment to this bill to move those bills under the purview of the study committee, to have them figure out just exactly how to deal with those bills. That will be in addition to the bills that are already listed on page 9, lines 28 or 27 through 30. RSA 362E, RSA 367, RSA 368. I would propose it will need to add 372, 373, 380, 228, 382, and 21L to that list. Now, the fiscal note that's attached to this bill is lengthy, but it's totally inconclusive, because all it is a copy of all the fines that the various RSAs mentioned in the bill could potentially provide for violations. There's no way to know how many of these violations would actually happen. There's no way of knowing how much revenue would actually be collected. It is a nice list, I guess, to have of possible fines that could be levied against people for various offenses in the state, but it's not really relevant to the bill because there's no way of knowing how much of that would apply. So that's the substance of the bill. Michelle Bunnemeyer from the PUC is here. She will be testifying after me. I believe there's someone who's going to be testifying from the Department of Transportation as well. So there's lots more information that we'll be able to glean about this bill. I think it's worthwhile to go forward with it in some fashion, but obviously it'll need to be amended before we come up with a final bill to present for executive session. And so that's my introduction to the bill. With that, I'll be happy to take questions from the committee.
Thank you, Chairman Vose. My only comment is that you've taken on quite an undertaking here. It's sort of like pulling one string and finding out there's more attached to it. But I'll take a first question from Representative Bernard here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Acting Chair. So, Mr. Chair, you mentioned, I think, 5 of the original bills or RSA sections slotted for repeal now should go to the study committee. I would just ask, are you confident that any of the RSAs that you've got slotted for repeal shouldn't have a second look? Just turn this all over to a study committee and say, look at this whole basket and tell us what you think?
Good question. And the answer is, I'm not sure that the remaining bills that I didn't mention from Section 1, RSA 377, RSA 379, RSA 376. Actually, RSA 376 is probably the one that should be repealed because it's reconstituted as Chapter 359U in the Section 2 of the bill that starts on line 17 and proceeds for the next half a dozen pages.
Yeah.
So that is the one bill in Section 1 that I think we can fairly confidently predict that we can repeal. The others, I haven't been notified that they shouldn't be repealed at this point, but I couldn't say definitively that they shouldn't. So it is possible that they'd have to be added to the study committee as well.
Thank you.
By the way, I neglected to mention when I handed over the gavel that it was to Representative Doug Thomas.
And to think all morning we didn't have to say that. Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. I assume that if we were going to turn this into a study committee bill, then none of the RSAs would be repealed by the effective date of July 1st, 14. That would all be after the study committee. The study committee would make a recommendation on when the repeals would go into effect.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Representative Notter has a question.
Yes, thank you. Look, regarding the antiquated RSAs, I recall several terms ago us having a discussion about an antiquated RSA, that it was illegal to watch watch a movie on the train on a Sunday. I don't remember us ever repealing that, but I'm going to guess that we did. Can you confirm that?
I have no idea. I don't remember that at all, but
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I just am going to reinforce the what seems to be a common discussion here about the study committee. It seems that with the bill, you might be putting the cart before the horse, because if we repeal some of these, and if we pass the bill and then set up a study committee, and then the study committee makes the decision that some of these should not have been repealed, then that means another bill needs to be drafted, correct?
yes, that is correct. That's why I said I'm not confident that the bills that I have identified for repeal here should stay on the list.
Okay.
I'm hopeful that testimony we'll hear after mine will shed some light on that question.
Thank you very much.
Representative Partial, your question.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a question on the study committee and membership. And the question is basically, if we had a study commission instead of a study committee, would that welcome greater participation by the Department of Energy?
I suppose it would, yes.
Follow up.
Reasonable suggestion. I also noticed that there's no mention of any members of the ST&E being part of the contingent of 4 members from the House of Representatives. I might like to see that added as well.
Follow up.
I would only urge you to consider as much, and I suppose while we're at it, perhaps there needs to be somebody from the Department of Transportation on here as well. I don't know. It's
They
your
will be
bill, though.
speaking later, so
Thank you.
Representative Poche, question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Chair. I had this, so I waited to the end. Talking to a constituent now on RSA 372 regarding upkeep of railroad fences on his property to keep the cattle in. So actually, I'm active with that now. So that one should not be repealed. So that's one example. Thank you.
Yes,
From
I already mentioned
constituent from New
that
Hampton.
RSA 373 should not be on the repeal list.
I think I have a question for you. Just curious if any of these repeals of the railroad regulations here, would they have any effect whatsoever on any of the rail trails?
Good question. I have no idea. Possibly somebody behind me can shed some light on that question.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
With that, seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your very enlightening testimony, Chairman Vose. And I will call next up Michelle Bunnemeyer. I almost just about had it right. From the PUC.
Start again. My name is Michelle Bunemeyer. I am a staff attorney at the Public Utilities Commission, and I am here to testify regarding Section 1 of the bill. And Representative Vose is correct that we had submitted a list of bills, not necessarily to be repealed, just that they didn't have anything to do with current public utilities regulation. So our purpose was just to suggest a possible cleanup of Title 34, which is entitled Public Utilities. But it does contain a number of statutes that do not relate to the current regulation of public utilities, such as the railroad statutes. The authority to regulate railroads has been primarily vested in other agencies and not the PUC. So the PUC proposed this bill as a way of eliminating various extraneous statutes from Title 34, which are no longer related to public utilities regulation. So we are in favor of the first section of the bill, which I understand may be amended, but we take no position on sections 2 through 5.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Oh, seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Last pink card I have, unless anyone fills out any others, is Mr. Briere from the Department of DOT, Transportation. Did I pronounce that correct?
Spot on, Mr. Chair. That was perfect.
Thank you.
As the chairman stated, I'm Andre Briere, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Transportation. I'm joined here with Ms. Shelley Winters, who's the Director of Aviation, Rail, and Transit. I think Chairman Vos very succinctly and correctly noted the objections that we do have. I would even say that if those sections do get referred to the study committee, we would withdraw our opposition because that's why we're here. We do have a letter that you see before you from Chairman Jim Jalbert from the New Hampshire Transportation Council, who recommends a course of action identical to what Chairman Vos laid out to you. So as long as those RSAs are not repealed, we're fine with the bill. That's our only objection. It would have the effect of eliminating our ability to regulate rails in the state. So we were obviously concerned about that. But we are fully supportive of the notion that these should fall under RSAs more appropriate to the Department of Transportation.
Representative Munns, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. Is DOT responsible for railroads now?
We are, sir.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So given that you're responsible, but the legislation says the PUC is responsible, that's a little bit of a problem, isn't it?
It is, and it's a relic of a former administrative configuration whereby we were linked.
Thank you.
Representative Winnie Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding an earlier question, do any of these RSAs cover rail trails at all?
So by implication, when you talk about crossings, we maintain, all rail trails are on, I won't say that. I'll say most rail trails are on inactive state-owned track. So we maintain the trackage corridors in the event that at any future point rail is reestablished. That's why DOT retains ownership of those corridors. We do have, they are managed, portions are managed by other agencies, but we do own most of those.
Thank you.
Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking the question. Thank you for being here today. Could you tell me, we have a 10-year plan which includes rail service along the, I believe it's called the Capitol Corridor?
We were just testifying to that effect.
Okay, and if these particular clauses were rescinded, could you see that having a direct effect on the Capitol Corridor?
Almost certainly. The Capitol Corridor itself, As Ms. Winters and I just testified, we completed the preliminary design phase of that project just this week. So that was 31 January. Our consultant provided us a draft report. We'll be providing that to the legislature in the incoming weeks. These RSAs here, while they're not the totality of our authorities, it's a big chunk of authorities to maintain and regulate railroads that are represented by these RSAs. We do have others.
Thank you.
I have a question just for clarity. So the previous person from PUC, okay, 1 second, I'll finish my question, was testifying that she had no problem with Section 1. Would Section 1 also be included in any study that you would approve of? Or can that go as is?
Yeah, well, if Section 1 includes Roman 1, then yeah, those are all RSAs that we'd be interested in referring to the study committee.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's lines, essentially on the legislation, lines 2 through 15. All of those RSAs we need to reassign.
Representative Munns, this is your second question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we know, if you know that these RSAs are your responsibility, why do we need a study committee? Can't we just recodify them as we did with the with RSA 372?
We do have recommendations where they could go. Yes, sir. We could provide you those answers if you'd like to directly do that. There could be, I guess my only caution there would be there are other agencies potentially involved with this that may benefit from a study committee. Yeah, the Department of Safety being primary with railroad police. We, of course, do not maintain law enforcement authority on the railroads, so that would be Department of Safety. So I wouldn't want to speak for them. In that sense, a study committee would be useful.
So, quick follow-up.
One more.
So like we said earlier, a commission might be the best way to go, because then we could make sure we got active involvement from all the necessary government
We'd
agencies.
certainly endorse that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you coming down here for that.
Thank you for your time.
We do have a additional speaker, Mr. Peter Bragna from Bragdon.
Yes, he was a senator.
Sorry, I was before my time. Sorry.
I'm old.
From CSX Railways. Welcome, Mr. Bragdon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I prefer to call it recovering senator is probably a better way to put it. So good to see some of my friends from Merrimack here and former District 11. For the record, Peter Bragdon, Senior Policy Advisor with Preddy Strategies, here representing CSX Railways, and just here to support the department's efforts on especially Section 1 of the bill, which seeks to repeal a number of statutes. CSX Railways recently completed the acquisition of Pan Am Railways and is fairly new to the state. And who knew that the Public Utilities Commission statutes affected railroads like this? So we found out about this bill a week or two ago and really haven't had the time to study exactly how these particular pieces being repealed might affect us. So it's our understanding that the goal is to take these repeals and turn them into a study commission. We fully support that. Gives everybody time to figure out, okay, exactly what needs to stay and what needs to disappear. So supportive of that effort and echoing the department's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Bragdon. Do I see any questions from anyone? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for coming down here. Any other speakers? Seeing none, declare this testimony for Bill 219, I think it is, closed. Mr. Representative LaPloisier, could we have the blue sheet, please?
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 219 FM. The blue sheet had no sign-ins. Online, there was one support and one neutral.
Thank you. Okay, we will have a short break because we will be going into executive session here shortly, and the chair will be taking over shortly.
Yes, we do.
Start executive sessions at 4 p.m. I have a couple of introductions to make before we get there. So we have 6 substitutes today on our committee. 3 on the Democratic side, 3 on the Republican side. Substituting for Michael Harrington today is Representative David Love. Welcome, David. Substituting for Representative Troy Murner is Representative Arnold Davis. Welcome, Arnie. Replacing Representative John Lewicki is Representative Carol Brown. Welcome, Carol. Replacing Representative Kat McGee is Jessica Grill. Welcome, Jessica. Representative Jackie Chrétien is being replaced today by Carrie Spear. Welcome back, Carrie. And Representative Ned Reynolds is being replaced today by Heath Howard. Welcome, Heath. So welcome to all of you, and thank you for being here today for this executive session. Sorry, it's been a long day. So we're going to actually, and it's going to be a longer day because we're actually going to exec 7 bills in the course of the next hour, 2 hours, however long it takes. We're going to start with a couple of bills that we heard earlier today. I have negotiated with the ranking member, and she has agreed that we can exec these bills today. So we will exec first House Bill 211, then House Bill 633. Then we will move to our published executive session calendar and exec House Bills 630, 234, 246, 418, and 92. So, since we are now past 4 o'clock, say again. Representative Love is retrieving copies of the bills. He's not leaving the building or the room.
Walks out the door, we're in trouble.
All right. So I'm going to open an executive session on House Bill 211, and I'm going to recognize Representative Doug Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to OTP Bill HB 211. As I mentioned very briefly, it's a housekeeping bill, and no further explanation is needed.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
Any discussion on House Bill 211? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 211.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Jessica Grill,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Lucius Parcel,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Heath Howard,
Yes.
and Chairman Vose.
Yes.
So our vote is 20-0.
By a vote of 20-0, House Bill 211 passes out of committee with the recommendation of ought to pass. Without objection, we'll place this bill on the consent calendar. Seeing no objections, it will go on the consent calendar. Representative Thomas, please write a committee report and have it to me by noon on Monday.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's me.
Rebecca?
Nope, over here. Me, Wendy Thomas.
Oh, Wendy Thomas. Yes, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Just to clarify, Representative Doug Thomas is writing the report.
Yes.
I know, I'm sorry, but
Representative Doug Thomas will write the committee report
thank you.
by noon on Monday. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 211. Thank you, members. Now we'll open a public hearing on House Bill 633, and the chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we ITL this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for.
Second the bill. Second the ITL.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 633. Is there any discussion? Representative McWilliams.
For the record, I'd like to say that I believe that this bill was well intended. I would like to think the best of the bill's sponsor and thank him for presenting and bringing this to our attention. However, we heard quite a bit of testimony that it would not be possible constitutionally to do what the bill sets out to do. And so therefore, I don't think there's any way that we can work with it. But we do appreciate the bringing the bill and the discussion that came out.
Thank you. Excellent comments. Any additional comments on this bill? Any additional discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 633.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Jessica Grill,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Heath Howard,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
20-0.
By a vote of 22-0, House Bill 633 is judged to be worthy of ITL, and without objection, will go on the consent calendar. Seeing no objections, so ordered. And Representative McWilliams will pen the committee report and have it to me by noon on Monday.
I may delegate that, but yes, Mr. Chair, we'll take care of it.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 633. Okay, next, let's open an executive session on House Bill 630-FN, establishing a revolving clean energy accelerator fund in the Department of Energy. The chair recognizes Representative Tom Ploget for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to motion to ITL House Bill 630FN. I'd like to speak on my motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Berejny.
I second that motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Ploget.
This bill was a vehicle to accept the federal funds. The committee, half of the committee, more than half the committee spoke an hour on this bill about financing unknown federal mandates, but we did not spend any time on any of the projects, any of the energy projects listed there. This is more of a finance bill. There was no fiscal note, and I do not believe we should be able to pass a bill that we don't know what the cost is, which is my main reason for ITLing this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 630. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of our discussion on House Bill 630, there were some concerns raised about if there would be any administrative costs that were shifted onto the state rather than could be used from federal funds for a green bank. And so I know that's not germane to this current discussion, but Representative Harrington and I worked on an amendment to make sure that to the extent possible, all federal funds would be used to cover administrative costs, including hiring somebody who needed to work for DES to manage it if necessary. So if this motion fails, I'd be happy to bring forward an amendment. But for the record, the goal here is not to cost a dime to the state, but rather to be able to direct how money is spent that comes from the Fed to the state of New Hampshire as part of the Infrastructure Reinvestment Act. I want to be very clear that this is about guiding and controlling the money rather than leaving it to nonprofits and other smaller agencies who may go for small parts of it, whereas our Department of Energy could go for the whole cow.
Further discussion on House Bill 630. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to follow up on what Representative McWilliams said and remind everyone that we heard testimony that there is $27 billion in federal money that's going to be available for projects such as this. And this would give us the ability to make sure that New Hampshire doesn't lose out on any of that funding.
Representative Thomas has a comment. Sorry, Representative Bernardi has a comment.
Yes, the Department of Energy would get this money no matter what, and the Department of Energy can move this to one of several financial institutions already exists. So we're not going to lose any money by not adopting this bill. We don't need to create a new administration to do that.
Further comment on House Bill 630? Seeing none. Representative Munns has another comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought what I heard from the Department of Energy, or I'm not sure if it was the Department of Energy, but somebody that testified that the $27 billion was available specifically for green bank funding, not just general funding.
Maybe it would be appropriate, since we have a representative of the Department of Energy here, to ask him that question. Could you clarify for us, we have some confusion here, Mr. Roberge, about whether or not the Department of Energy can accept any or all of this money without the establishment of a green bank?
Thank you, members of the committee. Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I was not here when House Bill 630 had its public hearing. Our Policy and Programs Division Director, Josh Elliott, was. I know he followed up with the committee with an email, I think Thursday morning, detailing the 3 different buckets that are available through this large program that's managed out of the IRA. Bear with me, there's $7 billion available for zero emission technologies that's open to states, municipalities, tribal governments, and eligible recipients. And we'll go back to eligible recipients here in a moment. There's about $12 billion for general assistance and $8 billion for low income and disadvantaged communities. An eligible recipient in those 3 pots is viewed quite broadly. It can include a nonprofit organization, that can design and provide capital, leverage, private capital, and that type of thing. There are suggestions that a state-created entity contemplated by this legislation could be eligible to apply to some of these buckets, but until more federal guidance is fleshed out for these programs, there is nothing definitive at this time. The IRA, for context, was signed into law in August of last year, and the federal government, specifically the U.S. Department of Energy and the EPA, are still developing a lot of guidance on these programs. Regarding whether or not this funding could be used for staff, the federal statute does not go into detail about every last eligible use for the funds. In fact, the language enabling this program is just over 2 pages long. So a lot of this needs to be fleshed out with rules and federal guidance issued by the federal agencies themselves. reading from Josh's email, by virtue of this program being created through the reconciliation process, only provisions related to the appropriations were allowed to be part of the language of the bill. So there's much left to the EPA to fill in the blanks when it comes to drafting guidance documents. All the wording presumes that there will be administrative costs incurred by the recipients for these grants. Yeah, I guess in that, to be quite broad with it, is that a lot of guidance still needs to be developed before we can anticipate how these funds may be used.
Okay, thank you. Representative Thomas has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to make the statement, but I'll just do it for your concurrence. The figure 27 billion has been swept around here tonight. That's not coming all to New Hampshire, right?
No, it is $27 billion made in appropriation across the board, not $27 billion explicitly coming to the state of New Hampshire. No, I think I'd be a little bit more panicked if that was the case.
That would engender a lot of administrative
I would,
cost, wouldn't it?
and I'm sorry, let me clarify. Panic, just a lot of stress, I would say, managing 27 billion. I'm sorry. But I will acknowledge that, again, I know our division director also did send an email to the prime sponsor, Representative McWilliams, as well. I'm only just now reviewing that email here now, but I'm sure, Representative, you might be able to speak more to that in detail. I don't mean to push it back to you, but.
Representative McWilliams, do you have anything further to
My
add?
apologies. I must have missed an email. Sorry about that. I'm looking for something from Department of Energy and I'm not seeing it here.
If I might, if it helps at all, it was sent Tuesday the 31st at 2:29, if that helps at all.
That does help. Thank you. I'll pull it up.
While we wait for Representative McWilliams to locate and review that email, I will say that
There we go.
based on past experience in the federal government providing these funds, it doesn't seem to me that it would be a danger to postpone any activity on establishing a green bank for a year, because it's very likely the federal government won't get around to providing any funds within a year's time anyway, as slow as things work over there. So I don't see any risk in foregoing this bill this year. And if we need it next year, we can always bring it back then. Representative Wendy Thomas, do you have a question? or a
Thank you,
comment?
Mr. Chair. Just a comment on what you just said. I thought during the testimony, we heard that if a vehicle wasn't set up, that it could possibly affect our requests for the money. So, so I'm thinking, wouldn't it be prudent to set this up in anticipation of receiving the money?
I suspect we'll have plenty of time to do that later by the time they get around to dishing out the money. That would be my judgment. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Roberge. I did receive the email from Mr. Elliott. He had several edits that he thought should be made to the base bill, and so those edits were integrated into this amendment that I mentioned previously. He wanted to be very clear that New Hampshire Department of Energy needs to stay consistent with federal funding terms and conditions, which his edits are incorporated and do that, as well as making sure that if the federal fund will allow grants, the Department of Energy can make grants. So really, it's about deferring to the guidance that we're still waiting for. But in terms of timeliness, I want to stress that we did hear testimony from Mr. Evans Brown in regards to timing of the grant funding from the federal government specific to this bucket. Our concern, and my very strong concern here, is that if we ITL this bill, we will not be able to bring it back until probably January of 2024. And so if the funds are available in September of 2023, we may be missing a first window. We don't know that, but it puts us in a difficult position where we as a legislature operate seasonally, whereas the federal government has these rolling deadlines that tend to get bumped and moved, but also the deadline is the deadline is the deadline. So we can't try to do something special for a deadline because we're only really operating January to June as a legislature. So from a prudent perspective, to safeguard our taxpayers' dollars that we would like to get back to New Hampshire, since they've already been paid and they could come back through the federal IRA. I think it makes sense for us to try to hang on to this bill and not just kill it quite yet, because something could happen. And it would be nice to have something for us to put the money in if that happens. And if we do receive guidance in the next couple of months, we would be ready to receive some money. Thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a comment.
It's my understanding that the DOE, New Hampshire DOE, could accept these funds, and there is already existing financial institution within New Hampshire that administers funds that come from the federal government that could be used as a vehicle to administer them. So functionally, we're set up, and we're not going to lose anything. We don't need to create more administration.
Additional comments? Representative Thomas.
Doug Thomas.
Doug
thank you.
Thomas.
Yeah, just to add on to Representative Bernardi's comment, I believe I also heard in testimony that although more convenient with green banks, that there were other financial institutions that could handle some of these funds as well. So we have a couple of options right now. If should there be an emergency where we have to accept funds right away, there are some options here as well.
Further comment? Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to ask a question of Mr. Roberge. Do you believe the Department of Energy is indeed ready to receive these funds? And can you name some of the organizations that are prepared to disperse these funds?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. So, backing up just a little bit, obviously it depends on the various program guidance, but with, for example, stuff coming out of the infrastructure bill, there is no need for state legislators to enact a program to receive those funds. So, for example, like during our presentation earlier when I went over some of the federal funding pots, those are funds that we can manage ourselves, at least with the current guidance that's available. Regarding this funding opportunity, again, it would depend on the type of guidance that's given out. If the thought is to for the department to issue loans and to leverage private capital and that type of thing, that's not something that we can do with current resources that we have. We do not administer any loan programs on our own. We usually work with other third parties. I think I'd be reluctant at this time to identify specific parties that we would work with on a funding pot that we don't know quite a lot of clarity on. But if the responsibility was to take these dollars and set up some type of revolving loan fund or to leverage private capital, I imagine, organizations like the BFA or the CDFA come to mind, but I'm not putting them on the wall or anything like that.
Follow up.
Thank you. I believe there's something like 28 states already correct me if I'm wrong, that have instituted green banks, revolving loan funds, and many of them are Republican states. Can you tell me something about that, or are you aware of any of this?
I could not comment on that right here and now. I will just acknowledge that I believe some states do have green banks. I couldn't tell you how they function or in what states they operate in.
Neither could I, be honest.
No,
I was
that's
hoping
fine,
for your
but I
guidance.
appreciate
Thank you.
the ask, though.
Representative McWilliams, did you have another comment?
Just wanted to read something into the record in regards to how this is managed. I think the concern here is really, what do we do with the funds that are coming from the IRA? And so if we enact a green bank, then we are applying with our green bank to receive the maximum number of funds, and we are also directing exactly where those funds go through the green bank. If we do not do a green bank, then Mr. Roberge is correct that the Department of Energy can be one of the participants in New Hampshire who goes after the money, but there will be others. There are nonprofits. The Community Loan Fund could go after some of the money. There are other sort of competitors, not that they need to be competitors, but the money would go to different pots and it would be administered according to the applicant's proposals. And so really what we're talking about here is being able to maintain at a state level biggest bang for your buck through a green bank, as opposed to the Department of Energy being one of many applicants for the same pool of money, oftentimes trying to do overlapping things. Thank you.
Additional comments on House Bill 630? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 630.
Yes.
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
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 Tom Bloget,
Yes.
Yes.
No.
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 Lucia,
No.
Tony Kavanaugh,
No.
No. No.
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Dean Powers,
No.
Yes. The vote of 10 to 10 means that the motion fails, so ITL is off the table. I'll now recognize Representative McWilliams for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we adopt Amendment 0309H, which I will pass out, which is an amendment to House Bill 630 with an ought to pass recommendation.
Okay, so the motion is ought to pass, and you offer amendment number
0309H.
03098.
H is in House.
Is there a second for the motion? Representative Munn seconds the motion. So we have a motion of ought to pass with an amendment 0309H. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to speak to my motion.
Representative Munn seconded the motion. Representative McWilliams is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you very much, Chair Vose. As we discussed with the underlying bill discussion, there were a couple of changes that we as a committee and of course the Department of Energy had asked if we were to move forward with doing a green bank. The first is that every reference to revolving clean energy fund has been replaced with revolving green bank, to make it very clear that this is to match the requirements of the IRA. In addition, there were some suggestions, and I will now read them out very specifically from the Tuesday email from Mr. Elliott at the Department of Energy. He was concerned about making sure that we followed the requirements of the federal program in order to receive the funding and not be inconsistent with what was being requested versus what we're capable of doing. So I'm just pulling up the email again. My apologies. Also, Representative Harrington and I worked out, I'm going to find the exact reference here. We worked out that we wanted to make sure that we could use the fund money from the federal government in order to pay for the salary of someone who may need to be hired from DES to do administration for the fund. And I would say that we heard testimony that the current amount of federal funds that we're looking at for many of these program items is somewhere between $80,000 and $90,000. Assuming not every state applies for the funds, we would expect more. I'm sorry, I said 80 and 90,000, and I made 80 and 90 million. So I would expect that the total number is somewhere north of 80 or 90 million, but we really don't know exactly how much because it depends on how many other states apply. But that is not chump change. That's significant money that we want to make sure that could come back to the state from our taxpayers. So let me see if I can find the provision that Representative Harrington and I worked out. It's on page 3, I believe. Page 4. Thank you. You find it? Say that again. All right, 32 and 33 on page 4. To sustain operations, the department may use capitalization funds, financing fees, interest, repaid loans, or other types of funding. The department may immediately use federal funds as permitted upon receipt to pay for administrative costs related to administering the Green Bank Fund. And we did hear testimony that generally these federal funds come with the provision that you can pay for administrative costs for a certain percentage of the total funds received. So that is an expectation, and we're enabling that so that Department of Energy can do that. Let me just jump back to the email regarding requests from the Department of Energy, very specific to being able to use this money in keeping with the federal guidelines rather than jumping all around and doing anything we want and then getting in trouble later on. So we're at Tuesday's email from Mr. Elliott. Okay, line 1. Page 2, we're looking at end of line 6. Oh, it looks like we got a spacing issue here. We added and consistent with the terms and conditions of any federal funding. I'm just looking for where that actually landed. It looks like there was a spacing issue. It's just a provision to stay in keeping with, if the Fed says we can do it, we will do it as a state.
Line 30.
Line 30, page 2. There we go. Line 30, section 6, end of sentence. Consistent with the terms and conditions of any federal funding. Next edit was on the previous page 4, line 11. We just added allowing us to receive grants, and there was a renumbering edit. So if grants are allowed, it means that the federal funds will allow grants, so the state can make grants. I'm just looking for where that actually landed. It's probably slightly further down because the numbering got changed. Grants. All right, line 17. Grants added to numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 5 is allowing grants in the form of grants. It looks like we missed a space, but that's fine. Next one, page 4, lines 25 to 26. Previously, we added in the language to sustain operations, which I already addressed. This was specific for allowing capitalization funds, financing fees, interest, repaid loans, and other types of funding. So we addressed that one. And then finally, page 4, previously line 30, we added new language, section E, and this is now on page 5, line 5. New section E, the department may enter into contracts with third parties for the management of funds and programs. So that will allow the Department of Energy to work with someone like the Community Loan Fund, if they choose to administer and use their staff who are experts at managing this type of revolving funding, rather than Department of Energy, which tends to be a little bit more policy, a little less money management. So that's a review of the amendment.
Okay. Comments on the amendment, on the bill? Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. Probably to Representative McWilliams on the amendment, page 3, line 14 to 15. I'm looking for an explanation on finance program designed to drive private capital into market gaps. And may I explain? This is a one-time funding of the money that we get, and it's going to drive private capital into a place where they not normally would have been. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a gap. I have a concern of after the funding's over, we're picking and choosing winners, because I'm visualizing a gap where private industry capital does not want to go, what happens after the fact of no more funding to maintain that? Thank you.
Is that a question or is that just a comment?
It was a request for an explanation from the meaning.
Representative McWilliams, can you answer the question?
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you. When we heard testimony on this, one of the things that I brought up as a current market gap is electric vehicle charging stations. We know right now we're just not seeing a lot of support or stepping up with private capital in this moment in New Hampshire for EV charging stations. So that would be the low-hanging fruit immediately. I just want to reiterate that the intention of this fund is to issue loans and to collect some interest on those loans. So the idea is very similar to our ongoing water issues fund that the state has to address problems with cities and towns that have contaminated water or folks who need to get a new well. They take out a loan and they pay it back to the states with interest so that the fund continues for water. That's the same intention here, only with green type projects. And so the fund continues because the loans get repaid with interest. And certainly there's the opportunity for other vehicles besides the Fed to fund the loan, the entire green bank. If they choose to, it's an open-ended. If they wanted to, they could direct an investment into it. It's hard to say how it will actually play out. This is really meant to be enabling. And so I want to draw your attention to the provisions where we talked about priorities, because I think that's important for the long term for the way that the fund is actually managed. So we're on page 4, line 23, Roman 7. And so the number 1 provision was to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. That's what if DES is, if Department of Energy, if DOE is administering the fund, their goal is to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and maximize reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the state to the greatest extent possible for every dollar deployed by the fund. And then the second piece was ensuring 40% of investment activity from the fund is directed to serve vulnerable communities. So those are really the priorities of the fund in perpetuity. Although I see your point about directing to private capital, and that is certainly a listed sort of mantra of the entire piece of legislation.
Additional comments, Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what the amendment and the base bill is trying to do, but I'm still uncomfortable, and I haven't heard convincing testimony from the previous testifiers as to why we absolutely positively have to have this instrument if some monies came here. And not being a loan officer or a lawyer, I really don't know what we're getting into here. So at this time, I couldn't support this amendment because we just don't know enough. And as the gentleman from DOE spoke, we still don't know all of the details yet coming from the federal government. And this just might be premature. This might be a great document, but it just might be premature. So I feel uncomfortable, and I don't think I can support that.
Additional comments, Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Representative Doug Thomas's point, I mean, we don't know. I mean, that's I don't think there's anybody here that believes that we have a clear understanding of exactly how this money is going to come to the state of New Hampshire. I guess I look at this, the reason for doing this is out of an abundance of caution to make sure that, if there is the opportunity to get this money, that we have a chance to do so, rather than being in a situation where we potentially could lose out on funding because we don't have an appropriate vehicle to accept the funding. So you're absolutely right that we don't know, and I think we're doing this trying to to cover our bases.
Representative Partial, you had a comment?
I did, thank you, Chair. Along similar lines, I'd like to ask, what is not knowing the federal government's guidelines or knowing the federal government's timetable for releasing funds, how would you compare the worst case scenario of enabling this bill now rather than the worst case scenario of waiting a year to enable this bill?
Is this a question?
Are you asking a
I
specific
would like
question
to, I
of
would
that?
like to hear the potential, if we do wait a year, could we potentially be losing out on funds?
The short answer, yes. Potentially. Well, we're talking about one big bucket with one goal of how we would spend the money, rather than a couple of small throw baloney at the wall buckets that may or may not work out. And we don't know. So I think it would be really easy for finance to make the decision about this, because I assume they would be the next committee to review this as the guidance is issued, rather than saying, let's wait a year and then all of a sudden we've missed the window.
Representative Partial, I would react to your question by pointing out that if you wait until the federal guidance is promulgated to the state, you can craft programs that conform to that guidance. Putting a program in place before that guidance comes down might actually put you at risk of missing out on some of the revenue that's available, simply because you haven't created a program that conforms to the guidance. This amendment, while generally better than the original bill, still does have some inefficiencies, and in fact introduced a new inefficiency on page 5, line 5, when it added the statement that the department may enter into contracts with third parties for the management of funds and programs. That's just inefficiency. I mean, that ends up using program funds for administration when that money might better be used for programs themselves. I think it makes sense to wait until you see what the guidance is from the federal government and then design programs that allow you to maximize your return on these programs based on that guidance. So I think it's time to wait on this particular type of legislation. Any further comments? Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. May I address Representative McWilliams' explanation?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. With the other concerns I have, I just noted that Representative McWilliams did alleviate my concern for that gap.
Okay, good. Any further comments? Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Vose. I want to say that in principle, I absolutely agree with you. And if we did not only meet from January through June, if we were meeting year round, we could absolutely respond to federal guidelines. But because we are constrained as a legislature, we only have 6 months. We have to do the best we can with foresight and be ready, rather than respond to federal guidelines 12 months out of the year. And so we're kind of stuck in this pickle. But I do understand what you're saying, and I think that in principle, it makes sense to respond to a federal RFP with exact language. We're just not in a position to be able to do that, and so I don't want to miss out on the opportunity because we don't meet year-round. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Partial.
Yes, and my understanding of this bill is not that it is actually appealing to an RFP, but it will enable the Department of enable us to do as much when we know what the guidelines are, as soon as we know what the guidelines are. So it's not really so much a program as much as it's an enabling tool on the step towards creating a program. Am I reading this correctly?
It's enabling.
Oh, thank you.
Further comments? Okay, seeing none, I would like to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 2023-039H.
Doug Thomas.
No.
Janine Nodder.
No.
David Love.
No.
Arnold Davis,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Brezhny,
No.
J.D. Bernardi, no. Tom Bloget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Jessica Grill,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Lucius Parshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Heath Howard,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
No.
10 to 10.
So the motion to adopt Amendment 0309H fails on a tied vote of 10-10. We can assume that the motion to pass the original legislation unamended would also fail. So we have two options here. We can take this bill to the House floor without recommendation, or we could retain the bill. Is there any appetite for retaining the bill?
Mr. Chair, I'd move to retain the bill.
Representative McWilliams?
I'd move to retain the bill.
Representative McWilliams moves retain on House Bill 630. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Representative Corman seconded the motion. So we have a motion on the floor to retain this bill. Is there any discussion of that motion? Representative Bloget.
Thank you, Chair. This question may be to the chair. If this bill is retained, when can we next bring it up to discuss it again? Excuse.
We can bring it up this fall and discuss it. There is a deadline that'll be published in the calendar. It's roughly November for reporting out of retained bills. If we reported it out at that time, it would go to the House floor in January and then would proceed through the process from that point forward. So retaining the bill really probably doesn't gain us much because we could bring fresh legislation forward in the fall, and it might be more appropriate legislation because it might be guided by the guidance from the federal government. So retain actually doesn't really buy us that much. Representative Munns.
Just a question for the chair. If we retain the bill, can we work on it over the summer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to retain this bill? Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you,
or a
Mr.
comment.
Chair. If this bill is retained, would we be able to direct other committees to look at this bill, or are we relegated to just within this committee?
It would just be within our committee. And if we should retain the bill and then move it forward in November, when it got to the House floor, because it's an FN bill, it would still probably have to go to the Finance Committee. Representative McWilliams.
I just want to make a pitch for retaining because we are able to meet, discuss, and potentially amend it before it's reported out at the end of the year. I do think that we could receive some very interesting federal guidance, say September, October. We could meet together and tweak it and then vote to send it as amended in November to the House floor. So I think that there is a real opportunity here to extend our session instead of January to June and get that November golden nugget if that's the way things play out. And I do think out of an abundance of caution, it behooves us to be careful with our taxpayers' money. And if it's $90+ million, it's worth hanging on to for a little bit. Thank you.
Further comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 630?
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
David Love,
No.
Arnold Davis,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Jessica Grill,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Lucius Parshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Heath Howard,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
No.
10 to 10.
So the motion to retain House Bill 630 fails on a vote of 10 to 10. Therefore, this bill will have to be reported out to the House Clerk as without recommendation. So we'll need a calendar report for the side of ought to pass. Representative McWilliams, will you provide such a report?
I will. Thank you.
And we'll also need a calendar report for the motion of ITL. Representative Ploget, will you provide such a motion or such a report?
Yes, I could do that, Chair.
Okay,
Excuse me. I have a question to the chair.
we are recognized for a question.
Is it possible, or is there a way to fast track this bill along with the other ones that come up first in the House to be heard?
That's up to the clerk and the speaker.
Okay.
They schedule
Thank you.
the priority of bills on the calendar. Representative Nodder.
I had a question. You just reminded me. On our first day here, you had mentioned that we don't really deal in science here. It's mostly just energy and communications. And you had mentioned that we should rename the committee. If we renamed the committee to energy and communications, it would move us up in the calendar.
That's an excellent point. I guess that's something we'll have to take up with the speaker. All right, I guess we're done here. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 630. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Do you have a comment? Representative Nodder.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. It wasn't a hearing. It was an exec session.
Oh, did I say hearing? Okay, exec session. So the exec session is closed for 6:30. And now we'll open an exec session on House Bill 234. And the chair will recognize Representative Summers for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the motion to ITL Bill 234-FN.
Chair recognizes Representative Berejny.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 234 to be worthy of ITL. Is there any discussion? Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate, House Bill 234 was about rec sweeping. Our focus here is really on creating a long-term strategy for getting that triple or sometimes quadruple value for our single dollar. So turning every dollar invested into $3 or $4 worth of smart energy savings. And so ending rec sweeping would potentially help us long-term get off of our addiction to natural gas and therefore reduce overall electric rates in the big picture, long-term 10-year strategy. Thank you.
Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To speak to this motion, I know for weeks we've been talking and had presentations by ISO New England, the generators of New England, and multiple other parties, including the Department of Energy and such. And all of them have claimed about it, and we've all had discussions about the high electrical rates that we're paying. In fact, this morning, even with the PUC, we talked about the rate prices everybody's paying for electricity. And this bill, if passed, would increase ratepayers would charge ratepayers $3 million to transfer this over for the ratepayers.
At this time, I do not feel it is right to be raising the electrical rates of those people that are out there and our ratepayers, and I hope they're all watching right now. And so I vote to ITL this.
Thank you. Further comment on this bill? Representative Munns.
In one of the bills that we heard earlier today, there was a lot of discussion about taking of property and how that was wrong and how that shouldn't be allowed to continue. And I think one aspect of this bill is just simply the fairness of taking property away from people without their knowledge. I think if nothing else, that's one reason why we should be voting for this bill.
Representative Bernardi has a comment.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to taking of property, if one does not claim one's recs, they're abandoned property. We in this legislature set a policy of allowing those recs to be claimed for the benefit of passing those dollars back through the utilities to the ratepayers to reduce their costs. That's what we need to do and continue to do.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I question whether or not the property is abandoned if to claim it is an onerous process, which we saw was demonstrated. Thank you.
To provide a little history, when the Renewable Portfolio Standard was originally passed, rec sweeping was added to the initial legislation for the express purpose of keeping costs as low as possible. By allowing the utilities to reclaim those abandoned recs, they were enabled to reduce their costs, and those costs were passed directly on to ratepayers. So that was the reason it was passed originally in the first place. And it doesn't seem to me in this high cost environment that now is a good time to take away that protection for ratepayers by increasing their costs in addition to the increases they've already experienced in the last year. Representative Corman has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to what you just said, I'm wondering, can we ever see a time when it would make sense to do this, when costs are lower?
Well, I can tell you that this rec sweeping repeal has come before this legislature several times in the 8+ years I've been here, and it's never succeeded. Any further comments? Representative McWilliams.
I just want to add on to the history of rec sweeping in the RPS. When this was first added, $1 was taken from everybody's monthly bill and applied to use for energy efficiency programs. And things have changed since that was enacted years ago. And so $1 is still the amount that we are using for energy efficiency, and we refund the rest of the money back to ratepayers. And I really am sensitive to the fact that we are in an energy spike right now and people are paying double what they've been paying with their electric rates. And part of that is because, unfortunately, we really haven't had a long-term strategy to diversify our portfolio mix. And so we haven't had a way of addressing that low-hanging fruit, the energy efficiency weatherization programs. We really haven't funded them to the extent that other states around us have, and therefore we are hurting for that. And we have people who are hurting, paying to still heat the outdoors because they need more insulation in their homes. And they can't access funds to do that right now. We are in a pretty pickle, and I really feel for my constituents who are hurting and not able to pay their electric bills right now. But doing this is part of a longer strategy to make sure that we do have money and we can diversify our energy mix, because that's what we need. Is we need to stand up and be proud that we are New Hampshire and we have a strategy to get out of this problem. And so, yes, we do need to do something in order to change what we've been doing, because what we've been doing isn't working. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams. You have conflated Reggie rebates and rec sweeping, which are two different things. Further comments on this legislation? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 234.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Bloget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Jessica Grill,
No.
Carrie Spear,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Heath Howard,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
10-10.
So by a vote of 10 to 10, the motion to ITL House Bill 234 fails. And the chair is certain that a motion to pass HB 234 would also fail. So we have two choices. One is to send this bill to the floor without recommendation. The other is to retain the bill. I see no use in retaining the bill. So I am going to rule that this bill will go forward to the floor without recommendation. So I ask Representative McWilliams to appoint someone to write the calendar report for the position of ought to pass.
Will do.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Will do.
Will do.
And I need that report by noon on Monday. Can you designate someone now, or do you need to wait?
I will let you know by 5:30.
Okay. And I will designate Representative Summers to write the report for the position of ITL.
Will do.
And I need that by noon on Monday, please. And with that, we'll close the exec session on House Bill 234. Now we'll open an exec session on House Bill 246. The chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
I second the motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer an amendment. Pass it out. This amendment, if you didn't like the bill the way it was written, this makes it temporary and also restores the sections that were repealed. So administrative support would no longer be an issue if we pass this amendment. So it makes it better. If you don't like the bill, you know, this is a better version.
Representative Nodder moves ought to pass and offers amendment 2023-0288H. Do we have discussion on this amendment? I'll give you a minute or two to read it and digest it. I have read it, and I can tell you that what this amendment essentially does is it makes the rebate program identified by the bill last from July 1st of 2023 through June 30th of 2025, a 2-year period. It also restores language to the bill that was removed from the original version of the bill that allows all of the administrative costs to be extracted as before, and other uses of the fund monies to be kept intact rather than deleted from statute. So those are the changes that the amendment makes, and I think this is a much more defendable amendment and makes the bill a much more defendable bill. Anybody else have comments? Representative Doug Thomas has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur. I think this amendment makes this a better bill, particularly during these rough times that we do want to show our people that we are trying in some way, any way we can, to help them in the short term, to help them during this period of high rates. And it gives us the opportunity to go back to where we were when perhaps times are a little better. I think this amendment should be adopted. It makes this a better bill.
Representative Munns has a comment.
I have a question. There's new language, or looks like new language, that wasn't in the original bill, starting at line 25, authorizing the PUC to open up a docket. Could somebody explain that?
Yes, you are correct about that. I forgot to mention that. So lines 25 through 29 request that the Public Utilities Commission open a docket within 60 days after the effective date of the act to determine just exactly how the Renewable Energy Fund dollars, $7 or $8 million, would be distributed to ratepayers. Chances are they would apply a rate adjustment to the rate that the utilities charge their customers. The language here further requires that the PUC complete that docket within 60 days after it is opened. Further discussion, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a point of disclosure, I was advised I need to let you know that I work for a company that contracts with NH Saves.
You do work for it, or you did work for it?
I do work for it. The lawyer said that I could still vote. I just needed to disclose it.
Okay. I'll accept your lawyer's word for that.
It's not my lawyer, it's the state lawyer.
Oh, the state lawyer. Okay. I'll accept the lawyer's
Thank you.
judgment on that. Representative Kaplan has a comment.
Yeah, I don't work for New Hampshire Saves, but I still think this amendment would have the effect of gutting the Renewable Energy Fund, and therefore would hurt the New Hampshire Saves program. And when you're feeling cold, you don't burn the furniture in your house.
Representative Nodder has a comment.
Yes, thank you. But the unamended version is permanent. This is only temporary.
That would be an argument for adopting the amendment. Further comment, Representative Munns.
Sorry, just another question regarding that language about the docket. I'm sure the intent was that it would only apply to the 2-year period where the rates are being rebated, but is the language clear on that?
Looks pretty clear to me. What language causes you concern?
Well, the fact that, it talks about how monies in the Renewable Energy Fund under RSA 362 F8 as amended will be distributed to ratepayers. It doesn't say anything about the temporary adjustment for 2 years.
But the amendment, the key language here is as amended by this act. The
Okay.
amended language
Okay.
specifies a 2-year period.
If everybody else is fine with that, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
you.
Further comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of adopting the amendment 2023-0288H to HB 246.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny, J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Jessica Grill,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Heath Howard,
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
16-4.
So by a vote of 16 to 4, the amendment 0288H is adopted. That brings us to the question of ought to pass as amended. Is there any further discussion needed? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of HB 246 as amended by Amendment 0288H. Representative Nodder, did you have a comment?
A clarification on the motion. I believe the motion is ought to pass as amended.
Right.
Is that what you said?
You need a move in second.
And I
Isn't
move-
that what I said?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm clarifying it.
You
but I
originally
moved that motion.
moved ought to pass.
Yes. Okay.
Then we
I understand.
adopted the amendment. So the new motion is ought to pass as amended.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Thomas. Doug Thomas.
I move ought to pass as amended.
The way the clerk explained it to me is if you move ought to pass and then you amend it, the ought to pass motion is on the floor after the amendment is adopted.
You good to hear?
But you still need to have the, so Doug Thomas
Okay.
moved it.
Now the clerk is telling me that his form requires an official motion. So
Yes.
Representative Thomas,
I move ought to pass as amended.
Representative Nodder.
Second.
Okay. Now it's been moved and seconded that we vote ought to pass as amended by Amendment 0288H. 88H on HB 246 FN. Any further discussion needed? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ought to pass as amended on HB 246 FN as amended by 0288H.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Plauché,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Jessica Grill,
No.
Carrie Spear,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Heath Howard,
No.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
10-10.
So the motion to ought to pass House Bill 246 as amended by 0288H fails with a vote of 10 to 10. And a vote of ITL would also fail in the judgment of the chair. So we will send this bill to the House floor without recommendation. And the motion on the floor for ought to pass as amended will be the prevailing motion. And Representative Nodder will write the calendar report for that motion. The other motion will be ITL, and that motion will be Representative
Munns.
McWilliams' responsibility?
Munns.
Representative Munns, okay. So Representative Munns, have that to us by noon on Monday, please. With that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 246. Now, our next task is to continue two executive sessions that we recessed back on the 30th of January, which was just this past Monday. So I'm going to reopen the executive session on House Bill 418 FN relative to eliminating the rebates distributed by the Energy Efficiency Fund. And I will recognize Representative Nodder for a motion.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. And I don't even know what the bill is. I've got my papers all.
House Bill 418 relative to eliminating the rebates distributed by the Energy Efficiency Fund.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I had my papers out of order. I move ITL.
Representative Summers is recognized.
I second the motion.
So it's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 418 FN. Is there any discussion? Representative Nodder?
My mind is, I don't have anything to say right now. Sorry.
Okay. To refresh everyone's memory, this is a bill that removes the existing rebates of RGGI money. It will add about $40 million to ratepayers' costs in a time of extremely high energy rates, extremely high inflation. It will be a slap in the face to the citizens of New Hampshire. And I certainly could not support doing that. So I will be voting yes to ITL House Bill 418. Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've refreshed my memory. So everything you just said, ditto.
Additional comments. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. I think I jumped the gun on the previous bill. My comments about the first dollar for RGGI were for this bill. And my concerns are the same for both bills in terms of it being an energy spike and constituents having a really tough time paying bills. I feel that. Also, I have concerns for the long term that we need to get off of our addiction to natural gas, diversify our energy supply, and fund energy efficiency weatherization projects to make sure that our buildings are actually retaining heat in the winter. And so for that reason, this is part of a 10-year strategy to reduce costs overall, as opposed to distributing pennies back to our ratepayers. Thank you.
Additional comments. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to disclose that I work for a company that has a contract with NHSAFs.
Thank you. Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to add that earlier in HB 234 FN, I mentioned that our ratepayers will be paying $3 million extra on their rates. This, as has been mentioned, will increase it to where they'll be paying $40 million more on their rates. I highly against it.
Additional comments. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to put that number into context. I mean, we heard testimony from the Department of Energy that the impact on the average ratepayer would be $1.77 a month, or $28 a year, or $21 a year. Not insignificant, but I think the people of New Hampshire are smart enough to realize that we do need to get off of our addiction to natural gas, and an investment of $1.77 a month is a small investment to make to help make that happen. Thank you.
One wonders if it's wise to move away from natural gas if we have nothing dependable to replace it with. Further comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Munns.
One of the reasons we don't have anything to turn to is because we haven't been making the investments that we need to be for the last umpteen years.
Representative Bernardi.
So Representative Munns, I don't understand what you want to replace natural gas with. What we really need to do is reduce the price of natural gas in the United States and get it here. To have solar and wind as a only additional new source of power, both of them are unreliable. Even in the ISO New England presentation, page 17, their footnotes indicate that if we had extensive reliance on that kind of power, we would need to have backup power that was reliable. We cannot rely on and put all our eggs in renewables as a way to supply power for the future. We need a reliable source.
Representative Notter has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a cap and trade scheme. Now, if to add on to what Representative Bernardi just said about replacing our reliable sources of energy with solar, this is what it would mean. Replacing 4 conventional power plants would necessitate a wind farm the size of Rhode Island. To replace all conventional power plants require land larger than the state of California. This is from an energy conference I went to. There's tens of thousands of scientists that you never get to hear about, but they back this up. Solar panels create 3 times more toxic waste per unit of energy produced than nuclear power plant. Doubling the output of carbon dioxide wouldn't do much. It's very little. However, eliminating carbon dioxide would have a minuscule effect. This was the, if you remember from the hearing, I had asked Mr. Fitzgerald what that number was. It's 0.002%.
Representative Corman has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to Representative Bernardi's comment, I agree that we need reliable sources. I don't see any way to dispute that. But I would point out that during the times that we are availing ourselves of energy from solar or wind or whatever else, that means that that's much less natural gas that we need to use, and it's a way that we can reduce our reliance on that source.
Representative Bernardi?
So I agree. When the sun is shining and when the wind is blowing appropriately, one can reduce some of the power needs. Right now, the sun is not shining. The wind is blowing so hard, the windmills won't work. So we have nothing reliable in the renewable corridor to fill that gap. Yet we need power. So we have to have something we can turn on and use, and that in this arena right now, the best that we have is nuclear and natural gas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, did you have a comment?
I did. Thank you. I remember in one of the early sessions, you said that you didn't want opinions. You wanted everything backed up with references. In light of that, I would like Representative Notter to share the name of the conference that she attended and to provide the documents that she's referring to for this data that she's pulling.
To be precise, what I said was we don't want opinions in public hearings. In executive session, it's perfectly fine to offer opinions, although it's also perfectly fine to ask members how they arrived at their opinion.
I would like to ask how
So
she
I
arrived
will
at
allow
it
the
then.
question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
May I answer? Dr. Holger Thus from Germany. And our chairman was at this conference with me. It was several, and I brought home a stack of books.
The name of
Actually,
the conference, please?
I don't remember the name of the conference.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
We're hearing all kinds of opinions here about the windmills not working and about this, that, and the other. I mean, these are just unfounded opinions, and that may be fine in executive session. But the fact is that everywhere in the world, the biggest market gains in the energy sector are being made by solar and wind, and that the intermittent issue is being taken care of with the battery technologies that are improving all the time. Now, we might not be able to implement those right away in New Hampshire, but we can certainly start planning to diversify our energy mix. And that's why we're, as Representative McWilliams said, that's why we're in the pickle that we're in, is because we haven't been doing that. and we need to start doing it. And that's what this bill is all about, is we need to start moving quicker towards a diversified energy mix.
Representative Doug Thomas has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to comment that regarding natural gas, my district, Londonderry, has the natural gas plant, which is the second largest producer of energy in this state. And I did a calculation on what would we need to replace that plant if we did it with solar cells, solar panels, and it would cover over half the area of my town alone. So we need both. We need to do both. We need to keep natural gas as well. And any presumptions that we need to get rid of natural gas, I think, is perhaps farther than I can see in my lifetime right now, because of the fact of being unreliable in the others. So we need the baseline. We need the baseline plants. We need the renewable plants. We cannot just dismiss natural gas. Right now, we're trying to get the price down. When we do, it will be cheaper. But there are a lot of factors involving the price of natural gas now, and they're not all related to the war.
I would remind members that in 2019, or possibly 2020, one or the other, a bill identical to this one passed both houses of the General Court and was vetoed by the governor, and his veto was sustained. Any further? Representative Corman has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I actually agree with what Representative Bernardi said. I agree with what Representative Doug Thomas said. I am not saying that we should have zero natural gas. What I believe is that we want to reduce our natural gas, and that if we reduce our demand of natural gas, when demand goes down, price goes down. So I see incorporating renewable sources as not only good for the environment, but actually good economically in terms of getting the demand for natural gas down. And yes, we absolutely need reliable sources. I agree. And during those times that the wind is blowing so hard that the windmills won't work or the sun isn't shining, yeah, we need the other sources. But during the times that the wind is friendly and when the sun is friendly, let's avail ourselves of that.
Representative Munns has another comment.
I also agree with Representative Doug Thomas. I mean, we do need both. No question about it. This bill will allow us to develop the alternative that we don't have right now.
And I also agree we need both. But I will point out that everywhere it's been tried, whether you're talking about California, Massachusetts, Germany, the UK, Spain, renewable energy from wind and solar has proven to be more expensive, has raised costs for electricity ratepayers, and in the absence of affordable and deployable and scalable batteries, renewable energy just isn't going to get us there. And raising people's New Hampshire constituents' electricity bills in a futile attempt to get to a result that's not achievable is not something that my constituents want me to vote for. Any further discussion on this issue? Yes, Representative Spear.
Question is, was I allowed to ask a question?
Yes.
I've seen the numbers that you're talking about, and one of the things that I have read in the news and in other articles that I've read on energy is that those numbers are going to come way down when those developments have been completed, when the payoff on those developments have been completed. They chose to spend the money up front, get the development done, and then after that, it'll spread out. So to say that it's going to cost that amount of money forever is not really what they're predicting. They're predicting the costs are going to come down. I was driving across the United States over the past year, and I saw a staggering amount of farms with windmills in them. So I looked up some of the numbers. States like Nebraska is 70% powered by wind. Vermont is staggeringly, I don't have the exact numbers for Vermont, but they're more using, what is it, solar. But we have windmills up in the older windmills up in the northern part of the state where the wind is very high, and we just sell that power off to Vermont. We sell that power off to Maine. We don't seem to have a very good plan at all to catch up with anybody or to use the energy that we do generate. That's my comment.
We sell that wind power to our neighboring states because we don't have transmission capability to bring it down here to New Hampshire. So that's why we sell it. But thank you for your comments. Any further comments? Representative Carol Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me. I promised I wasn't going to say anything to the assistant chair. Running for this office, there were two things that people talked to me about. The first one was abortion, and the second one was the price of their energy in their home. Whatever we do here at the state, we should not be making our citizens' rates go up for any reason. They're already too high. And the second thing is, if we have any kind of rolling blackouts in this state, and the legislature is responsible for that, it is completely unacceptable that we don't have an adequate supply of energy here. So, and to follow up on Representative Bernardi, I did some homework on this while I was running. There's a wind farm in Alexandria and Groton, 25 turbines, I believe. I talked to the coastal wind representative from Department of Energy, whose name escapes me, and I made some calls to ISO. The capacity factor for those windmills is about 25%, if I'm doing this from memory. If you use those exact windmills to replace Schiller Station or Newington Station, you need about 650 of them, and that doesn't guarantee you power 24/7. We cannot, this is one of the reasons I ran for the legislature, is the cost of energy. We cannot, as legislators, allow the citizens of this state not to have electricity 24/7.
Thank you. Further comments on this Representative McWilliams?
I just wanted to say that we're in a unique position and we've got some really exciting technology, right? We're the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. Got some really exciting technology coming with EV batteries to be able to go back into the grid at periods when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing. So it becomes sort of its own little microgrid for everyone who has an EV and they're plugging into the grid. So this is coming. It's becoming normalized. I know we had a pilot at UNH and the co-op is currently working to make this part of their energy mix. I expect that this will become mainstream in the next couple of years. So I look forward to continuing this conversation with the members of ST&E as this evolves, because I do think it's a very current subject and it's worth chatting about. And I appreciate everybody being passionate about it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Well said, Representative McWilliams. So in an effort to get us out of here by 6 o'clock, I'm going to call the vote on House Bill 418. The motion on the floor is ITL, and I ask the clerk to call the roll on that question.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Jessica Grill,
No.
Carrie Spear,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Heath Howard,
No.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
10-10.
So by a vote of 10 to 10, the motion to ITL House Bill 418 fails. The chair has makes the judgment that an ought to pass motion will also fail. So this bill will go to the House floor without recommendation. The prevailing motion on the floor will be ought to pass, Representative McWilliams, will you appoint someone to write the calendar report for that position?
Absolutely. I'll let you know.
And Representative Nodder will write the ITL position calendar report, and then we will be done. So I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 418. That leaves us with one task. I'll open an executive session on House Bill 92 and recognize Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL on HB 92. I'll speak to my motion right after the second.
Representative Nodder,
I second the motion.
it's been moved and seconded that we pass judgment on HB 92 as ITL. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Doug Thomas, that is.
This bill has come before us before, and for the same reasons I do ITL. The reasons are basically written right into the bill. This bill mandates things that go against the free market. It eventually would require the state to not sell any gas-powered light-duty vehicles, meaning cars. It places a hefty fine on manufacturers that don't meet the standards. And the real thing that troubles me is that if New Hampshire were to adopt this bill, we would be adopting California standards, and any amendments that they make afterwards, we would be beholding to whatever California was to do on their standards, which this is not the New Hampshire way. So these are all troublesome to me. It's an affront on the free market. I believe that I know the intent is well. The intent is to have more low emission vehicles and no emission vehicles to be sold in the state. But I think the free market should dictate that. And so therefore, for all those reasons and more, we should ITL this bill.
Further comment on HB 92, Representative Nodder.
Thank you. Just a reminder that DES testified that they can't meet the date. They just don't have enough time to put it in rulemaking. Another thing to consider.
Further comments on this bill, Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did a ton of research on this, going everything from lithium mining down into South America, where 96% of all lithium is refined in China. So basically, we all used to complain, everybody used to complain about dealing with OPEC and getting our oil from the Middle East. So instead, we're going to turn and we're going to get all of our lithium from China. So we're dependent 100%, almost 100% on China. Then I actually looked at the amount of pollution that comes from mining lithium, and where you think there's a huge drastic difference between the the CO2 emissions between the lithium electrical vehicle and the gas-powered car. Just to build one lithium-powered, battery-powered electric car, is 17 megatons of CO2 is created for one car, where a gas-powered car is around 1.8 of that. Okay. Now, over time, the gas-powered combustible engine runs, it does surpass the amount of CO2 coming out of the electric car over a period of time. But the amount of what's taken to strip mine lithium, which is why lithium is not allowed to be mined in North America anymore, and passed by President Biden, to where it's actually not only not allowed in North America, but we're only allowed to actually receive lithium from select countries because of the bad practices, not only of lithium, but of the child mining and child production of cobalt in Central Africa. Then, when I look at the California Code of Regulations, which is what we would be adopting, I know everybody talks about how it goes to 35%, which means all vehicles on a car lot would be 35% have to be electrical by the year 2026. If we adopted this, though, by the end of next year, what they leave out is the current number is 25%. That means 25% of all electrical vehicles at every dealership across New Hampshire would have to be electrical. Now, at the average price of $62,000 per electric vehicle, if you had, how many dealerships could actually afford to make 25% of their dealership lot all electrical at the average price of $62,000 per car? That's just some of the things in this. We could go in a lot deeper, but that's just what I've got right now. Thank you.
Further comment on this legislation, Representative Nodder?
We can add to that. A lithium electric vehicle battery weighs 1,000 pounds, typically contains 25 pounds of lithium, 30 pounds of cobalt, 60 pounds of nickel, 110 pounds of graphite, 90 pounds of copper, 400 pounds of steel, aluminum, and plastics. Extraction from earth and processing takes a lot to make one battery. He went over all of that. Inner Mongolia has the most of the world's rare earth ores. They pump acid into the ground. The acid, there's more chemicals that are used for the processing. 1 ton of rare earth metals releases up to 420,000 cubic feet of toxic gases, 2,600 cubic feet of acidic wastewater, and a ton of radioactive waste. They are using children, like you said, and other people, and they're suffering from skin and respiratory diseases. I mean, we could spend a very long time going over all of this. It sounds so rosy, but it really is not. There's a lot to it that isn't good.
Thank you. Representative Bernardi has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to quote the source, federal testimony observed in a hearing on this issue in Congress, all the mining activities that you heard about, lithium, cobalt, and whatnot, 6 times the amount of mining needing to be done, strip mining, as compared to making a standard car. A huge environmental impact. Not done here, so therefore it's okay, supposedly. I don't think so.
Further comment? Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. I would like to commend all of my colleagues for your research on the environmental impacts of batteries and the rare earth minerals required to do batteries. I do want to call to your attention that this bill also enables hydrogen vehicles and other innovative vehicles, not just EVs that run on batteries. But really, to get to the crux of the discussion and the argument is, we heard testimony, and I certainly presented testimony, that all of the major automobile manufacturers are going to electric vehicles either by 2030 or 2040. So it's happening. This is the direction of the future. We're not suddenly going to change their minds or change their business practices here in New Hampshire by saying, well, you know, we just disagree. We'd like to stick with our combustion engines here in New Hampshire as long as we possibly can. It's the way the future of the industry is going. And so therefore, we should be able to enable that and allow dealer lots in New Hampshire to have these vehicles instead of prioritizing all the other states in the Northeast besides New Hampshire, we're the donut hole, to receive ZEVs and LEVs, zero emissions and low emissions vehicles, because that is what is happening with the future. Now, we did hear from the Automotive Dealers Association that it is possible to get a ZEV or LEV in New Hampshire. You're going to have long lead times. You're going to wait a while. It could be 6 to 9 months, maybe longer, but it is possible. But, you know, the reality is that's not the way people tend to purchase vehicles in New Hampshire. They tend to say, you know, I think I want to get a new car. I'm going to go test drive a couple vehicles, and I'm going to buy something pretty soon. They may not wait 9 months or longer. And so what this bill attempted to do, and I do have a amendment to it, but what the underlying goal of this bill was to get purchasers in New Hampshire the ability to buy their ZEVs and LEVs off of New Hampshire lots in the normal manner that people purchase cars in New Hampshire. But I do have an amendment working with the Automotive Dealers Association to do a commission to look at alternatives, because I do hear my colleagues' concerns about being tied to California amendments. I think that that's a fair point. And so if we could come up with a way to enable the transition to electric vehicles, because that's really what's happening with the industry, then I think we can come up with some really innovative solutions for New Hampshire rather than tying ourselves to somewhere else or something else. This is the fourth time this committee has heard this bill, and I think that there's something here it's worth working out. And so for that reason, I would ask for you to consider the amendment once this vote goes along party lines. Thank you.
Representative Doug Thomas has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the efforts to get something here for EVs, but again, I have to stress, in the past, when we were doing buggies and horses, and the car came along, it was the free market that demanded that we build the infrastructure and have cars built and so forth and better. And it was the free market that determined where we are today. We should rely on the free market. If people want to buy an electric vehicle, they will, and they have. But I want to stress that some of the comments made here are in some ways built on some conjecture, because we say that it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. No one knows what's going to happen in the future. I mean, in a few years, technology could change, something could come up, the priorities might be diverted. I know manufacturers are looking towards what they're doing by then, and perhaps by then, if that's what they're doing and that's what they're producing, that's the free market. If they feel they can sell it, they'll be able to sell it. So I do believe that that in some cases we might be operating on information that we're only assuming is going to happen in the future. That's kind of like conjecture. So I think we should be very cautious, and that not to bind ourselves to any mandates that will affect our citizens here. I believe in the free market. I believe that the people here will decide what dictates we have, not a government mandate that ties us to a place that's the opposite side of this country. Thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Building on what Representative Doug Thomas said, I think many folks may remember when Coca-Cola launched New Coke. It was going to be the new Coke. It was going to be the Coke that took off and everybody liked. The market said, no, we don't like it. Bring back the original. It doesn't matter if GM and Ford and whoever say, we are just going to produce EVs. If they can't sell them because the market says, I want my combustion-based vehicle, then they're going to change their mind. The market will drive what gets produced ultimately.
Representative Notter has a comment.
So during the hearing, we could only ask questions and not make comments, so I had written this down. All right, my husband just got a Bronco. It's not an electric vehicle. He ordered it in February. He got it in October. I recently traded in my car, and I was actually very lucky that they had something on the lot. They told me that typically they don't even have anything on the lot. You have to wait until they get some in. They'll get 12 cars in, they sell 7 right away. But I'm very blessed and very happy that I was able to trade in my race car for something that's more reasonable.
You had a race car?
I did.
Wow.
It's like,
Representative Summers has a comment.
Just a quick add-on to, I've actually heard positive things about hydrogen cars as they would come along. My worry mostly, like I was talking about, was lithium, cobalt, and such. And where my concern right now, and it's more of a New Hampshire thing, is that our fire departments can't even deal right now with even a lithium battery. With a lithium car fire. I believe there was a wreck just a week, 10 days ago, I believe. Took 32,000 gallons of water to put out one battery. We don't have the foam to put out lithium batteries, because you have to cool them down. They burn from the inside, so you have to cool them down to actually put the fire out. So that's one thing I'm worried about the lithium, is that. And then also it's just, as we know, and many of you might have heard on the news today, that in a small school up in Littleton today, Littleton, New Hampshire, there was 3 classrooms that were burned. Fire was all started by a lithium laptop battery. Well, nobody was there.
Representative Love, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everybody here for all their comments on all these bills. It's been very interesting and been nice being a part of it. You know, the bottom line on all this green technology and green legislation and stuff is let's clean up the environment, but at what cost? You know, we can't dictate what China does. You know, you heard about the mining and the mess that it's making of the environment over there. That stuff comes into the air and gets blown this way. We can't dictate that. So if we're not going to be able to dictate to one of the major polluters in this world, what is little New Hampshire going to do? Why are we going to burden our people with excess electricity cost, heating costs, transportation costs? That's something I'm not going to do to my constituents, and that is doing something to them, not for them. We're doing something to them. You know, little New Hampshire isn't going to do anything to stop China or India from polluting, and until we can get a hold of that, you know, nothing's going to change.
Thank you. It being 10 minutes of 6, I don't think anybody's going to change anybody else's mind by discussing this further. So I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 92.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
David Love,
Yes.
Arnold Davis,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Jessica Grill,
No.
Carrie Spear,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Heath Howard,
No.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
10-10.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. 10-10. No. No, she didn't. No. No, she said no. She followed.
All right. By a vote of 10 to 10, the motion to ITL fails. The chair rules that a motion ought to pass would also fail. So this bill will go to the floor without recommendation. Representative McWilliams.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt an amendment to this bill.
Well, the amendment would require an ought to pass motion. I don't think that that motion would be appropriate. So I don't think we need to consider an amendment on this bill. I think we need to send it to the House floor without recommendation with a report from you, Representative McWilliams, or someone that you designate
I would
for the
challenge
ought to
chair's
pass
ruling on
motion, and our side will send a calendar report for the ITL motion.
I would challenge the chair's ruling on that. I believe we should be allowed to make an amendment, an OTP with amendment motion if none of the other motions have carried.
Okay, the Representative McWilliams has challenged the rule of the chair on the question of whether there should be a motion of ought to pass. The only way to resolve a challenge to the chair is to ask for a vote of the committee. So I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the challenge to the chair on the question of
Point of order.
ruling not to accept a motion of ought to pass.
Point of order.
Point of order. What
Or
is your
actually,
point of order?
Point of inquiry. Would it be appropriate or is it possible to at least describe the amendment before we go any further?
Well, we have a challenge on the floor. We have to resolve that first.
But the challenge is based on people not understanding what the amendment is that would be proposed.
Okay, Representative McWilliams, tell us what the amendment is.
Thank you, Chair Bose. This amendment is really straightforward and simple. It's a commission with 5 members of the House of Representatives, 1 member of the Senate, the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services or designee, Commissioner of the Department of Energy or designee, Commissioner of Department of Health and Human Services or designee, member of the Northeast States for Coordinated Air Use Management appointed by the Executive Director of that organization, a member of the New Hampshire Automotive Dealers Association appointed by that association, and a member of the Automotive Manufacturer Association appointed by that association, charged with coming up with a way to study innovative vehicle emission standards and electric vehicles in New Hampshire. That's the commission.
Okay, thank you for that description. So the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate have both communicated to members of their respective caucuses that they discourage the passage of bills to create committees and commissions in the strongest of possible terms. The reason for that is we already have some 400 committees and commissions, and both the Speaker and the Senate President struggle to find members to appoint to all these committees and commissions. So I have ruled that this amendment isn't worth taking up because of instructions I've received from House leadership that we want to discourage the creation of committees and commissions. That does not leave unresolved the matter on the floor, which is the challenge to the ruling of the chair. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question. Representative Thomas?
Thanks, Chair. It might be a point of order, just for clarification.
What's the motion?
What is the motion that we are voting on? Whether we do or do not agree with the challenge to the chair, how are you phrasing the motion? If we vote yes, what does that mean? Or if we vote no, what does that mean?
So Representative McWilliams challenged my ruling that we're not going to consider this amendment. If you vote yes, then you accept her challenge and say, yes, we want to overrule the rule of the chair. If you vote no, then you let the rule of the chair stand. Is everybody clear on that? A yes vote overrules the rule of the chair and means we'll sit here for another half hour debating this amendment. If you vote no, then the ruling of the chair will stand and we will not go forward with this amendment. So I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the challenge to the rule of the chair.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
David Love,
No.
Arnold Davis,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca Williams,
Yes.
Jessica Grill,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Lucius Parshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Howard Heath,
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
No.
10-10.
So the motion fails by a vote of 10 to 10. So the ruling of the chair stands that we will not consider the amendment, and that the House Bill 92 will go to the House floor without recommendation. And the motion on the floor will be ought to pass. Representative McWilliams will designate a member to write the report for that position. And Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas, that is, will write the report for the position of ITL. And with that, we will close the executive session on House Bill 92. And we made it by 6 o'clock to close the executive session, I should say, on House Bill 92. And so we're out of here at 6 o'clock. We're back here on Monday, bright and early at 9 o'clock to start this process all over again. I thank you all for your hard work and have a nice weekend.